me ask you a question. Are you prepared to witness some of the biggest names in Overwatch compete head-to-head for a massive cash prize?
That's 6.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
I need to pick me up, 'cause I've fallen. We don't have to go through these changes alone.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
Oh, shit!
And Merry Christmas, friends. And wait, I know what you're thinking. Wait a minute, Bullskunk. It's not even December yet. But you have all been good boys and girls and non-binary friends, because we have an early Christmas treat for you. It is time for Streamer Showdown 2 going on here this weekend. I'm here alongside my good friend Vincent to kick things off. Oh, man, I've been looking forward to this one, Vincent. This is going to be such a blast.
Yeah, I have to admit, I too have been looking forward to it. It is a little bit like an early Christmas present for everyone out there watching, and for us as well. I mean, it's going to be a good one. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, and we're starting off strong. We are coming in hot, friends. We have your defending champs against the number 2 seed from last year's Streamer Showdown. It's going to be Ace of Spades taking on Team Boger. Team Boger, I mean, they were unstoppable last year, just completely dominated the entire tourney.
They did, and well, I'll keep it real. There might have been a little bit of a reason for that. They had a strong roster with Paintbrush and KSF, Aspire. I mean, like, just that's a few of the names. Now, granted, it's a little bit different this time out, and we'll get into that a bit later. But Ace of Spades is also looking very strong, and they were runners up last time to this Team Boger squad.
And Ace of Spades have a lot more returning players. Well, a few more returning players than the Boger squad. So they're more of the more remnants of what we saw last year, and they got second place. Like they did well. They did well. And fun fact, this was also our very first match of the 2020 Streamer Showdown, brought to you by Chase and Monkey Bubble Reflash, by the way. And so, hey, I don't know. Maybe they've got more of a chance this time. I mean, I don't know about this Linkser guy though. I haven't, maybe a newbie to the scene, not someone I'm familiar with. Maybe they got a Widowmaker or something.
I heard some like rumors that something with like the Houston Outlaws or something, and
no, that's
the
Ace
name
of Spades.
came up. You're right. Yeah, streamer for Houston Outlaws. My bad.
That's what you're
Apologies.
thinking of. Yes.
Yeah. I do get these things mixed up time and time again. But yeah, no, I'm excited to see Links here. It's going to be a good time. I'm excited to see pretty much everybody there. I've been doing a bit of Valorant stuff, and to see Derek coming back in, that's just fantastic to watch.
Yes, indeed. This is gonna be a good squad rounding out. I mean, you're gonna have 6 feet and Dominic in there as well. So I mean, Team AOS they've got some strong names on this roster. Going down the other side, you've got Boger and Yeetle returning. Maybe we'll get more of that Boger off tank. It was a little special. We saw, typically a main tank, but the Boger Diva was a lot of fun to watch. I must say.
Indeed. And well, honestly, that support line for Team Bogart, it is monstrous. Moser and Aspen bringing up that duo. I mean, that is going to be tough to overcome, I think, for anybody.
And 3 of these people, those 2 you were just talking about, and Poker, were all part of the old Vite Ryman revival squad. Speaking of, yeah. I mean, if you're hungry, if talking about some ramen makes you hungry, you can go to reflash.gg/Vite Ramen, hit Showdown. You get 10% off your order. You get the chopsticks, the bowl, the whole 9. So, you can get a little snack here while you're enjoying some good streamer tournament we got going on.
Yeah, it sounds really tasty, to be honest. You're making me a little bit hungry. It's getting to that lunchtime portion of the day.
Yeah.
Don't do that to me. Come on. But yeah, definitely.
I'm so sorry.
It's fantastic stuff. If you haven't had any before, definitely recommend you check it
out. So we'll start off here. We got our first 2 rounds are just gonna be a best of 1, kind of seed our teams in and do a quick, 1-2 as we get through these rounds, and Sue's gonna move on. And so it's just gonna be a control round to start things off. A little sample size, if you would. We're gonna start off on Busan here for this first match.
Well, speaking of sampling, actually, let's take a look. We have some team intros. Let's take a look at this first team.
I DM'd a lot of people, but EU players don't really want to play that much because of NA time zones. Mostly Yito helped me. We just picked a bunch of good players we could find.
Probably have to be Team Jkaru, because that team's like literally borderline out, borderline contenders. Jkaru, Kevster, you know the rest. But I think we still got them.
I think we have Samito and Yito, and we can't lose. Build differently. What can I say?
Try to make it a quick win for us. Let's get it over with.
Yeah, the 3-time back-to-back.
Thought process of making my team was just getting all the boys together, get them all together again, and have a good time.
Jkaru, that team looks pretty stacked at everyone else, and recognizing from knowing them, or I used to avoid them.
You avoid all the players, bro? I think we're pretty solid.
This is a top 3 team.
Yeah, top 3. Don't go double shield. Reinhardt or dive, one of those 2. Let's keep the double shield, the trash can compa.
It turns out we did get the gentleman's agreement in chat. It has been confirmed. There will be no double shield in this one, Vincent. Kind of warms my heart a little bit. We're going to keep things nice and quick, some action-packed Overwatch action here in the Streamer Showdown.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were going to see maybe somewhat limited double shield depending on which stage we get first anyway, but I think it's great to see, and it's going to be even more fun because of it. I also heard some confidence there from Team Boger. The old repeat maybe is what I was hearing, but it's early on. There's a lot of Overwatch to play between now and another dub.
Certainly is. We're just getting started. Team Boger needs to not get ahead of themselves. As we're about to get into this thing. Also, we didn't really talk about the DPS line coming out of Team Boger, but we've got some Mito and Warren TV over there. It kind of makes me hope we see some Brig from Team Ace of Spades just to watch some Mito mauled. I don't know. It's a favorite pastime of mine. If I'm feeling kind of bored or kind of down, I just go watch some Mito mauled, and it immediately just perks me right up.
You know, I kind of feel like you could extend that to the whole Overwatch community, because that is a favorite pastime of all of us in the
It's
Overwatch
true.
community is just watching Savito mauled about Brigitte a little bit. In fairness, so I too am right there with you, and I think it could be a lot of fun to see. The other side of things on the DPS side, Leaks or Derek, a DPS potential duo. That's a bit terrifying if you ask me. I'm assuming that's going to be what we see come through. That's what they have on their team sheet. So I think, you know, despite how good Warren and Samito are, I think that's maybe a tough one to overcome.
That is going to be a tough one to overcome, especially if we get the Widowmaker duel. I, for one, have that on my bingo card. I want to see some Lynx or Counter Sniper. So that's a check mark on my bingo card, as well as Samito mauling over Brig. So we're going to have that one. Boger playing off tank is also part of that bingo card.
Yeah,
And yeah.
Basically what you're saying is that whilst we're meant to be casting, you're just going to be playing bingo, which honestly I don't even blame you. It's going to be fun. I'm right there with you. We synced up our bingo cards before the stream, by the way, guys. It's all good. But yeah, Busan's where we start, and it is just the best of one here in the opening matchup, and we're going to be getting into that very, very shortly. Immediately, what do we see? My eyes, they're drawn to Samito on the Tracer, which means that if we do indeed see any sort of Brigitte shenanigans, it's going to be all the more fun.
It will indeed. As Team Boger, I mean, you know what? There's a big surprise. We're getting Yeetle on the Wrecking Ball. I know you're all very shocked to hear it. So we're gonna have a very fast-paced comp. It's actually Aspen pulling out the Brig, coincidentally enough. So Samito might be mauling at their own supports right now. So, I mean, there is that. Hey, I mean, going up against the Sigma variation of the double shield on the other side, Cassidy and May. We'll see if Team Ace of Spades can isolate anybody with this comp. Team Boger are going to be all over the place.
Yeah, it is going to be hard for that isolation. But hey, maybe you can find somebody, and that's going to be a flashbang. Easy does it.
Yeah, but Warren TV strikes back the other way. And without the Baptiste, Ace of Spades are going to be quite vulnerable. I'm expecting Boger to just pounce on him on this bridge. You can see Boger trying to do such. The Boger Diva is already on the battlefield. That's already a bingo card mark checked off. And the kills do start coming through. Ace of Spades just don't have the sustain. Jar Jar gets dinked early by Warren TV. Job done. First control to Team Boger.
Yeah, the irony of saying that they don't have the sustain with the Batiste in hand as well is so funny to me. But you're right. Can't continue in here. Samito, listen, gets flashbang first try. Let's go to the Doom Fist. That's a classic swap off, and with that, honestly, it's good to isolate some of these duels, and already nearly up towards the Transcendence there for Renko. So this next fight probably going to be another one for Team Boomer.
It's a good thing too, because Lynxer has that Blizzard about ready to go. Ace of Spades heading to the high ground, try to dislodge, try to catch somebody up there. Yeetle, oh man, there's the Blizzard, there's the Transcendence. Renko's right on top of it. Nice job building that thing up nice and quick. Boger with it's gonna get D-Mech, but nice dinks there from Renko. Throwing those orbs in from long range. Samito managed to land the punch on the Jar Jar again. This time it looks like Ace of Spades are acting quick enough. They might be able to outlast, but oh, now both tanks are gone. And Team Boger look to be holding on yet again, despite some casualties.
Well, despite the fact that Lynxer might not be playing Widowmaker, this guy is a sniper no matter what character he's on, because I don't know how he found Warren, just long range, finding the pre-fires and everything. But like you say, it's just not worked out. There's still a lot of pressure on this point. With the Sound Barrier invested as well from 6 feet.
Yeah, Ace of Spades, they're not giving up as a team. Neither is the player themselves. The Reinhardt's gonna beat down the Brig. The poor little niece just got taught a lesson from Dad, or from, I guess, Uncle Ryan. Shatter comes in, but Ace of Spades goes down in the process, and the Blizzard just kind of zone off the point. You know, good old zoning Blizzard.
Hey, listen, it's a legitimate thing. People meme, but it's real. And well, speaking of zoning, that might have been a zoning bomb as well. It doesn't find anybody, but it does buy some space. But as I'm saying that, getting very deep, and the pulse bomb coming out too.
Ward goes down, Yeetle goes down. Ace of Spades are moving in. They're pushing Bogart all the way back into the choke. 6 feet just going in deep. It's the Lucio. Put some pressure in. Already 41% towards another Sal barrier. Nice walls. Going to block off Boger. They're going to get demeched, and poor little Pilot Diva just has to run away. But Warren's able to pick up a shot and make that 3. Holy cow. Warren is just lighting up the feed.
Is that Sumito utilizing the Brigitte to the greatest effect with the punch and the shield bash stun? Basically, I mean, Ace of Spades couldn't even play the game right there.
Yield chain stun, the classic main tank experience. As Ace of Spades trying to hold on, but is just surrounded. Desperation time for the team Ace of Spades. Elva's turn to go touch, but there's a bunch of mines down there. Immediately, just in a world of hurt. Oh, ouch. I felt that one in my bones, Vincent. I felt it in my bones.
Oh, yeah. Definitely not what you want to see. And I got to call out Renko here. Had a fantastic stage 1 to Busan. How many picks did this guy get onto DPS? It was like 3 or 4, I'm pretty sure, at beginning or end of fights to stagger things out. Pretty darn good, if you ask me, from the from that Renko star play.
I was thinking more like 37. Like that was really the number I was gonna go with. Happy birthday to I'm 37 out there, by the way. Just throwing that out there because I'm sure they're watching this. Of course they are. Why wouldn't you be? Why wouldn't you be watching the streamer showdown? This is the best thing going on this weekend, and whoever's tuning in, y'all are in for a treat as we are just getting started. Now remember, this is the first one, so Team Boger already halfway to winning the series.
Very true. Very fair. We're seeing the ball come out here for Ace of Spades this time, though. Saw the ball for Yidel and was like, hey, I think that worked well. So, fair enough. And we're actually seeing Tracer duels come through. This is going to be interesting, especially with both teams on the Brigitte this time.
I think it's interesting also that we're getting Derek on the Widowmaker. And Lynx are picking up the Tracer. I mean, it makes sense. Lynx was known for the counter sniper, but just gets flattened. Oh, the poor little Tracer. Just a tiny splat on the ground now. His Yeetle smashes down. First control already to Team Boger. They're not wasting any time. They're pursuing these kills, finding some exit picks. Ace of Spades just getting chased around. It looks like a giant, weird game of pool going on in the back line.
Yeah, and the other thing, Team Bogart just kind of prioritizing point control and presence over trying to contend in the main fight, and Yudo is clearly being a problem. Here we see Derek. He swapped over to the Sombra in order to try and disrupt the ball, that wrecking ball being a real tough cookie to crack.
Teammates of Spade's going to try to loop around left side, just avoid that drum room altogether. Maybe draw Yeetle in, but Derek can't quite find the manual on that one. Was looking to chase him out. At least kept Yeetle from smashing into the back line momentarily. Make him think twice before attacking in. Slow push up the side, anchored down by Elva, who's getting close to that gravitic flux. Might be a good way to start things off. You can slam down the back line, it could do it, or take out Samito. There you go. Oh, but Elva's not going to last long enough to drop the flux. Disastrous turn as there's mines all over the point. This drum is resounding with a bang. Speaking of bangs, Linkser lands a nice stick. Has some armor off of 6 feet's rally, and now the Transcendence is up from both sides. Double support ults invested for both teams, but Aspen's off the battlefield. Warren! Oh my goodness, can you get him? Get him! Oh, Samito stole the kill.
Man, Team Boger just kind of throwing everything that they had at that fight, and honestly, you can see why. They're still in control, 85% and counting. Now the gravitic flux from Elva is there, but it's only good for one. That's Samito who swapped over to the Echo. And I mean, the problem is point control. I said it at the start, you gotta get that point presence on lock, and well, Team Ace of Space have yet to do it.
That kill on Elva, the previous engagement was so good because once the flux came out, the rest of the team was there to follow up to take down the rest of that half damage. I mean, yeah, you only get one anyway with this highly mobile comp. Samito on that far side of your screen right now, able to pick up some kills, do a lot of damage from the off angle, and that is a triple K for Samito in the fight. And it's Team Boger taking a clean 2-0, a 100-0 victory there on Sanctuary.
Yeah, well, and on top of that, I mean, the fact that Samito goes over to that Echo really fast. It's one of those things where like, oh, hey, there's nobody to counter me. We'll go here. And look, Renko, I talked about there in that first stage. This second stage was just as good. And here is why. Massive work being done.
Truly. I mean, did great on both stages. I mean, just getting the transitions so fast, was really setting the pace with it. Tip of the hat over to Rico and Aspen. I mean, you combine those two, and suddenly the glass cannon turns into an impenetrable fortress of a backline between the Brigitte and the Zenyatta. So, a little credit where credit's due to the bodyguard. You gotta give the bodyguard some credit, Vince.
Yeah, exactly. No doubt about it. And, well, I mean, we thought maybe there could be something different here, but it's going to be a repeat of the Team Booger victory from last time out. And I got to say, it was pretty darn one-sided as well. I think that Team Booger, they put together a squad that is definitely high quality.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little deja vu here in the Streamer Showdown. And you're defending champs. Well, it's exactly as it went last year. They come out swinging, and they beat Team Ace of Spades in the very first round. So they're going to be sticking around in that winner's bracket. But hey, we're just getting warmed up. We're just kind of starting to get those tires a little warm, get some traction here. And we're going to take a little quick break. When we come back, it's going to be our second round of winners. I think it's Backstab Bud versus Boger.
I'm not sure. I think Team Only Legs might be coming through.
Oh, it's Team Only Legs. Nice. I was looking at our bracket here, and I was trying to decipher what was going on. Hey, either way, we're gonna have more Streamers Showdown after a short little break. Go hydrate, go get some Vite Ramen, and we'll see you back here in a minute.
So the Overwatch community, it's really just given me a chance to turn my passion into my profession. I get to work in video games for a living every day, which is insane. And just in general, the friendships you make here in this community, like the ones I've made here are gonna last me the rest of my life. So I owe Overwatch quite a bit.
For me, I think it's just being able to meet so many wonderful people. I've met so many lifelong friends just from Overwatch in general, and being able to provide opportunities for console, which doesn't typically get as many, has really been a wonderful experience for me.
My time at Overwatch has allowed me to find a place to express my content and ideas and find people that support me in that and enjoy what I do.
The Overwatch community has given me lifelong friends as well as sort of taught me what I want to do with the rest of my life.
The Overwatch community really helped me realize who I was as a person and what it takes to become a good leader in a professional environment.
The Overwatch community has positively impacted me because it's helped me find my purpose in life. I've met some of my closest friends through the community, and I've never felt more welcomed by so many amazing people before.
The Overwatch community has some of the most talented and passionate people that I've ever had the pleasure to work with.
Simply put, the people here have welcomed me and allowed me to feel so much more confident in every aspect of myself, and I definitely wasn't beforehand. I hope to do the same for them.
Growing up, I've always wanted to be an actor, some entertainer, and Overwatch has given me the platform to make people smile, and I've met some really cool and close friends, so that's what Overwatch has done for me.
For me at least, is being able to socialize with a ton of people who have the same passion for the game that I do, alongside helping those very same people improve at the game as well.
The Overwatch League became more than just an esports to watch. It became an opportunity to not only make long-lasting friends, but it also gave me the chance to be more creative, which would then help me get involved in discussions and to interact with the community in a fun, imaginative way. And man, I never knew that what I would create would become so impactful. And from the looks of it, this is just the beginning.
The OW community gave me something to feel passionate about. Spending time in Path to Pro, I made a lot of close friends and important memories. Seeing people give their full effort and grow was truly fun to watch.
Do we get this low? This low? Do we get this low? This low? You're running this low, this low. You're running this low. You can find the hell of it. Do we get this low? This low? Do we get this low? This low? You're running this low, this low. You're running this low. You can find the hell of it. You can find the hell of it. You can find the hell of it.
All right, it is time for our second series here at the Streamers Showdown, brought to you by Chase and Monkey Bubble Reflash. Both gonna get Vincent back at you as we head into our second winners round. Also, a first to one. This time, we got Team Only Legs going up against Team Backstab Bud.
That we do, and well, just to kind of run things back by you guys, get quaked on, unfortunately losing out to Team Only Legs there in that first round, bringing us here backstab Bud. They were waiting here in that second round as they had a first round bye, so it's gonna be an interesting one. I think clearly backstab Bud probably have a bit of an advantage here. I don't know if you would agree, but based on what I could see, they definitely have some heavy hitters on this one.
Yes, they do, but they are missing Hammer right now. Hammer, the main tank that has played along Backstab Bud and Narwhal. I mean, since their high school days, back when they were Team We Are Powerful and dominated the high school scene. Then moved into Open Division, had a fantastic run through there. Got third in OD, just narrowly missing out on trials. But Hammer was leading the way the whole time, so I can't help but wonder if they're going to be missing that main tank presence. Well, I think we had like a Reaper One Trick stepping in to play main tank for him? Question mark.
It's something I heard said rumors. I listen. I don't know exactly how that's gonna work, but it's gonna be fun. That's all I know for sure. The other thing I know is that the Pascal Narwhal duo coming in here. That's another one to kind of take a look at and remember. Going to be more than likely a big part of a backstab Bud win here if that is what comes to fruition. But Lijiang Tower being the map we're headed to, I do think it's going to be anybody's game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Anything can happen. I mean, and it's a fun tourney. Like, there's no telling what kind of compositions they're going to bring out. I don't think anybody's going to stick to meta, wholeheartedly. It's not that serious. Of course. I mean, hey, we got $1,000 on the line. We've doubled our prize pool from last year. We are doubling in growth and doubling in content as we push into our 2021 Streamers Showdown. But I still don't expect. I mean, still for the fun, right? I think that's still the bottom line. So anything goes as far as I'm concerned here. Like we have the Pascal Narwhal backline. That was Pascal with the K. not Pascal with a C. I mean, I was hoping at some point we get Pascal versus Pascal. Yeah, that would be fun. That would be fun.
Yeah. Well, we've done our best to kind of give you guys an idea of what these two teams look like. Let's let them do that for themselves. Let's take a look at the team intros real fast.
My thought process was to get 6 people, and that was a little bit of a challenge, but I made it work a day before the deadline. I made a team that we could all have fun together. That was a big part of it for me.
We're kind of like one of the worst teams, so probably everyone. But something we do have is we have 2 second place HSCL players. We are ready to win this.
I think my team is actually pretty good. As long as we beat the other 2 Doom streamers, Get Quaked On and Zebra, that's all I really care about, and I think we can do that.
I would say watch out because we're about doomed if like half these teams.
I was just kind of looking for flexible players that could adapt to almost any situation. Yeah, that's what's coming from me.
Ogre's team definitely. They just seem really stacked and they were all very smart players. I think we will stack up fairly well and have a good shot winning some games while having some fun.
You guys really shouldn't underestimate us. We might just roll you, so stay on your toes, or legs for that matter.
I love those videos. They're so good. Those videos are so good. Props to the players for putting those together. So yeah, let's delve into this roster a little bit. Only legs roster. We might see some soldier in 76. I mean, just maybe. It's kind of built into the team name. I think if we could run all 6 soldier 76s, that's what we'd be seeing from this team. But you'll have a Cry alongside only legs there to put some hurt down.
That's the idea, the hope at the very least. The real question I think is going to be the tank lines for both squads. We got the question marks coming in from the backstab bud side of things, but I also was just taking a look at at this group here for team only legs, and I may have missed something, but I didn't see a main tank really. At least not like traditionally. I'm sure obviously someone's going to pick it up. But, that leaves question marks. And how is it that team only legs is not the first one to lock legs? Metro in the pregame actually locked the legs before anyone else. That's team only legs. They did it wrong. I didn't get to see, but you have to take my word for it.
Metro beat him to the punch there. Maybe just a little hello in the player pick. You may also notice a pair of backstab buds. Will the real backstab bud please stand up? Please pick Doomfist, is what I'm expecting. Maybe not our control center. No, there it is. All right, never mind. That's the real backstab bud picking up Doomfist. It is the doppelganger. That is the main take. That is normally your Reaper main.
Oh man, this is gonna be great. I can already tell we're gonna have a fun time here. Well, yeah, a classic Ryan Zarya here for Team Backstab Bud. That's even worse. There's not only two Backstab Buds, but there's also the team as a whole that we have referring to as Team Backstab Bud. So there's really three for the price of one. We've gotten a great deal.
we have gotten a great deal. And you know what else is a great deal? Some Vite Ramen.
True.
You can go to reflash.gg/Vite Ramen. Get 10% off. All right, there you go. I may mention that again. We're just very appreciative, and I'm kind of hungry. It's getting about lunchtime. We're already getting the Soldier 76 duel. This is what I want to see. Put them 1v1. Nobody interfere. There we go. It is Metro taking down only legs, using only the legs.
That's just. Yeah. Okay.
And everybody reset. Yes.
Honestly, that is the only thing that could have been done there reasonably in that scenario. I think you have to respect the duel. That's basically a whole team fight all on its own. Easy does it. Team backstab, but I don't know how you can win if you have not won the legs before.
Exactly. I couldn't have put it better myself. They have now made that statement. They have earned the right for first control off of that fantastic duel and a little rifle butt to the face. Now you have the real backstab Bud slamming in, throwing down left hooks and right hooks and a little jab just for good measure. Backstab Fake, able to get one in there as well. Maybe backstab Ryan stab Bud. I don't know. I'll come up with something.
Yeah. Well, listen, it's a work in progress here.
It's a work in progress.
We'll figure it out by the time we get done with this map. But you know what? I think the Only Legs they figured out that the Only Legs approach, it just wasn't working. I mean, as sad as that is to say, they've gone away from that nice pick.
Oh, they're getting serious now. Team Only Legs are getting serious, and they've gone Only Snow. But HO's in trouble already. BSB is gonna land another big, just whopping knockout punch. And backstab Bud are at 72%, and now they have the check marks to work with.
I mean, I didn't say that I think, backstab Bud had a bit of an advantage in this matchup. I wasn't really imagining this to be the reason, but hey.
The Matrix wall. The Team Only Legs doing their darndest to try to get through this front door, but Metro has a bunch of shields and an auto aim pulse rifle to work with, and just chasing everybody right back out. 95%. This is going to be Team BSB picking up Control Center halfway to winning their second victory in a row.
Oh man. Well, I guess would be first because they didn't have a round one game. Actually, BSB. They got a free buy. So good. Yeah.
Lucky
so
Devils.
Team Only Legs. You'd think that means that they'd be the ones warmed up and ready to go, but unfortunately, the Legs failed. They did. It's so sad. Either way, Legs...
Oh man, knees gave out on them, man.
Hey, there's where you can order some of your Vite Ramen. I found the place.
That's where it is. Here we go. Use the command in chat. Get yourself some noodles. Don't they look delicious?
I know they do. I'm again. It's getting to that time, and I'm just getting hungry and hungrier and hungrier. Eventually, you're just gonna hear like a rumble on the microphone. Don't worry, that's just my stomach. It's fine.
BSB are gonna go ahead and teleport in. You're no fun. Gonna come out with some Metro strategies on Night Market. Come on, that is way too meta. I didn't expect that of you.
I mean, not only Symmetra, but also the Doomfist.
Wow.
It's
a BSB
so
special, man. You know?
I mean, it's true. It's true. You can't BSB without the Doomfist. That's facts.
And we do get Only Legs going back to their signature hero. Hey, good start for the Team Only Legs. Taking out Fake Stab Bud. Back Ryan Bud. I saw it come up with a good one for that one. I gotta admit. But hey, it's actually a plus. No, it's a 4v4. 4v4 on the point right now. It's Pascal making the difference. The Baptiste kills the Wrecking Ball, as you do. That's always been my biggest bane is the Wrecking Ball, is that darn Baptiste.
I mean, listen, it's Pascal, so, you gotta keep things in reason there. But, Hammerbud? Thoughts?
Hammerbud, all right.
Yeah,
all right.
In respect to the hammer that we don't have, but the one that we do have here in the server, I think.
That's I like that. I see what you're doing there. A little double entendre. I like it.
Yeah, keeping things fresh. But speaking of fresh, Team Only Legs, they need a fresh look at how to get into this point. An anti-nade that could have been an entry, but they can't quite make it.
Hey, Backstab and Hammerbud are both looking a little low, and it's gonna be the Transcendence from Xeno combined with Attack Visor. Classic combo. His Only Legs is actually able to pick up 2 through that. Running into an Ant Matrix, but it's only going to temporarily slow down Team Only Legs. We can wait for that double damage to fade away. The garage door has closed, and Team Only Legs are making their way onto this objective, cleaning it up, and they'll finally get some percentage. There it is.
Yeah, it was a bit labored, in all fairness, It was a bit difficult to get in there, but actually, when you think about it, they didn't really use all that much in regards to their ult bank, so
True.
Team Only Legs, despite the fact that it looked a lot more difficult than it probably should have been, they are well placed to potentially continue rolling here with 4 ultimates online, and Backstab Bud, they threw a lot of theirs away in that last fight.
Absolutely, but they did do a good job of holding on to that point until the very last person died, so they got up to 71. If they can win this, well, which is not looking likely right now, between the Dragons and the Nano Diva in there, Cry's making life very difficult. With a 3 or a 4 piece there for Cry, Forgiven just shoves the Baby Diva down onto, what's the lower map? Are we on the lower map? No, this is the middle one, right? Isn't Gardens Gardens is the one at the bottom. There you go. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. We made a bit of Overwatch lore, Got to keep it in mind. But yeah, Forgiven. Now the big question mark here with that bomb, and it's going over the top. Oh, unfortunately, it's only met with the lamp there.
Hey, that's a good cooldown to get out. I mean, that's almost a worthy trade. They both take about the same amount of time to respawn. Self-destruct from the other side's got to pick up one, and Cry was the one doing all the hurt in that last attack. So now Backstab Bud doesn't have those Storm Arrows to worry about, can just go freely diving into the back line as Doomfists do. Only legs and Forgiven combined to find both supports, though. Forgiven's able to pick up BSB as well. The hammer comes down, and it is tanks on tanks, but Speed is left in Baby Diva form. Now it's just Hammer Bud on the point. They managed to get the flip somewhere amidst this chaos here, Vincent.
Yeah, but I mean, it was a little bit on the later side. So despite the fact that we do see one stagger, I actually think you're going to see a reasonable fight, especially now that BSB is no longer a threat on the Doomfist. So the entry is a little easier.
But that means BSB is going to be coming out on the flank. You got Legs out there. You've got Xeno out there, are both prime targets. Dragon's coming in as Agile gets the nano boost, the nano ball into the point. Self-destruct, easily blocked by positioning from Hammer Bud and the rest of the team. And Pascal doing Pascal Fags, able to land those headshots with that Baptiste, that triple shot gun, something I can never seem to do. But hey, that's why I'm not playing. I'm on this side. And it's Hammer Bud taking Braze out of the fight. I think that's going to be the nail in the coffin. Hammered down by Team Backstab Bud. They're going to take it here in a 2-0 on Night Market, well, on Lijiang Tower as a whole. And they will move on, continuing through the winner's bracket.
Yeah, that first stage, it looked so very one-sided. And I mean, yeah, we had the legs duel sort of defining that first fight, but still, this was a flank that honestly I wasn't sure was going to work. And then Cry simply hit everything. Honestly, I was questioning the whether or not it was the right decision to go for the flank, and well, I was wrong. Again, like you say, a reason I'm on this side and they're on that side of the server. So, nonetheless, though, fantastic from BSB overall. Team Backstab Bud, they are rolling, as you would say.
They are rolling, but hey, it's a double elim tourney. None of the aforementioned, neither Team Ace of Spades nor Team Only Legs are out of this. We very well will see plenty more of them as we move forward. But now their lifeline is gone. No more safety net. Team Backstab get to keep on moving through the winner's bracket. And, well, we're going to keep on moving through our tournament. This is going to bring us up on another intermission. But when we come back, we're actually getting a 1-3 series. I think, are we still waiting on some results on that, Vincent?
I don't know. I think we got the results in. Yeah, Silva and Backstab Bud. So I'm excited to see more Backstab Buds on the flip side of that break.
Indeed. When we come back, we'll have that full 1-3 action as we get into the meat of this thing. We'll see you back here for more Streamer Showdown.
Money
Are you like me? Sad? Lonely? Isolated? Wasting all your days away playing Overwatch? That sucks. I can't help you with any of that. But despite my depression crippling my executive function and my ability to make healthy food, I at least have Vite Ramen to keep my mind and body as healthy as possible while I waste away this sad, sad life of mine. What's better than crying in a bathtub? Crying in a bathtub full of Vite Ramen with a shredded, sexy body and six-pack abs. Use code Showdown for 10% off today.
Disclaimer: Vite Ramen does not give you six-pack. Can be used in conjunction with exercise and unhealthy.
Overwatch has given me so many new friends and quite literally the coolest job of all time.
The Overwatch community has positively impacted me by presenting me with lifelong friends. I've also been presented with opportunities that I never thought I would be able to get.
The Overwatch community had a positive impact in my life because when I was at the lowest of my low, it gave me a place where I felt welcome and a part of something special.
The Overwatch community has had a positive impact on me by teaching me many life lessons and giving me countless opportunities with lifelong relationships.
Without the Overwatch community, I would really have no one to talk to online or no one to even play the game I love, which is Overwatch.
Hey everyone, Lindsay Claudio here from MB Dallas Fuel. I just want to say I love you guys because you guys have reciprocated so much positivity and love back to me. So
the Overwatch community has kind of been like an escape. It's been a community that I can go to, and I've made really great friends in it.
Hey everybody, Hops here. I just want to say a big thank you to the Overwatch community. You guys have given me so much throughout my time, from my current job to founding Elo Hell to meeting some of the best friends I've ever had in my life. It has been an amazing ride, and I can't wait for more.
The Overwatch community kind of turned my life around by supporting me in my casting and turning my life from something that was kind of tragic into something I really wanted to do by having all this support at my job, which I love doing. So thank you, Overwatch community.
Hi, I'm Doggo or Emma. I just want to thank the Overwatch community for helping me find out who I am.
The way that the Overwatch community has positively impacted me as well, it's really changed around my entire life. It's introduced me to esports, it's helped me find this passion that I never knew I had, and it's ended up leading to me working in the profession of one of the best teams in the league.
For me, the Overwatch community has given me a sense of belonging and purpose, and really presented me with multiple opportunities to challenge myself in different ways. It's provided me with a living that I love, a wonderful community, and the people that I cherish the most.
Overwatch has allowed me to travel around the world, places I never previously would have been to, and I've met people that I never would have had connections with, and it's such an amazing thing to be a part of at long term.
All right, let's keep going through here. And the Streamer Showdown brought to you by Chase and Monkey Bubble Reflash. Man, and Vincent, it is an absolute joy to be doing this. I'm having such a blast with this tourney already. We're just getting started.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We've had some fun games already, and we're getting into more. I'll call it the meat and potatoes, in that it's more of a full series coming up, rather than just the single map rundowns. But for me, I mean, that just is fantastic.
It is fantastic, and I mean this game, this community is just fantastic. You know, we were watching some of those ads there in the break, and that wholesome video, just kind of everybody sharing what Overwatch has meant to them and how it has enriched their lives. I mean, and it just got me thinking, like, how has it had a positive impact on you, Vincent?
Yeah, no, I was thinking the same, and I mean, just as a general thing, first of all, it got me into casting, which I absolutely love and am thrilled to be able to do now on a much more regular basis. But beyond that, I mean, just getting into team play, learning how to work together with a group of people that you meet on the internet, and become a team environment, and on top of that, being able to make some awesome friends all along the way. That was kind of a through line that we saw from just about everyone, and I think that being part of any online community, that opens up those opportunities.
I certainly have to echo that one 120%. Oh my goodness. And it got me into esports in general. I mean, it was a game I was super passionate about, played since beta. It was hyped for it. I mean, from the moment it came out. And I mean, World Cup was really what got me into it. And I started learning about Apex, and then Owl came along, and then I was like, man, I was into some pugs, and I'm terrible at the game. So I ended up on the bench during pugs. And it was like, hey, what if we just shoutcast this for fun? And here we are. Like 3 years later, and now I'm casting some of my favorite streamers, and I mean, and what a community! What a wonderful community! It is. I don't know. It's been a downright lifesaver, Vincent. I mean, it's been a downright lifesaver.
Yeah, man, I think that you talk to a bunch of different people, and for me, it's like 2 years ago, just you know random casts in the collegiate tournament, and then that explodes into something bigger. You're right, it's a beautiful thing to look at. But by the way, we are looking at Team Silvak and Team Backstab Bud. Why don't we let them introduce themselves a little bit this time around? Let's take a look at those team videos.
I just thought of like all the players that first came to mind when I thought like were the best that I would be comfortable with asking to play on my team, who I thought I'd have like decent chemistry with.
I'm definitely looking at Jake Caro's team. He's picked up some crazy players, and I know as a fellow Winston enthusiast, he's got some good ideas coming into the tournament. I think we got a ton of wild cards, and that's kind of what you need to have in this kind of tourney. We've got that little secret spice for us.
I just wouldn't underestimate us. I feel like we'll definitely surprise some people.
My thought process was to get 6 people, and that was a little bit of a challenge, but I made it work a day before the deadline. I made a team that we could all have fun together. That was a big part of it for me.
We're kind of like one of the worst teams, so probably everyone. But something we do have is we have 2 second place HSCL players. We are ready to win this.
I think my team is actually pretty good. As long as we beat the other 2 Doom streamers, Get Quaked On and Zebra, that's all I really care about, and I think we can do that.
I would say watch out, because we're about doomed if like half these teams.
All right, there you have it. Team Silvak versus Team Backstab Bud as we move into round 3 of our winners bracket. And now we're getting into, as you call, the meat and potatoes. We're onto the entree of this thing. Look, I know that's not the EU definition of entree, but I'm an American. I'm going with this as the entree. Yeah, there you have it. We're gonna, I mean, an actual first to 3. We're gonna actually see some counter picking, some map choices. We're getting into some classic tournament style.
That's exactly right, and I love to see that. The other thing I wanted to mention, by the way, Team Slovak, they already took out the big dogs in Team Jakaru. So I will say that, granted that was a one map series, but hey, still a dub is a dub, isn't it?
That's a dub against a stacked roster. So hey, maybe they can keep that going as we take a look at our map pool, and it's going to be going into Oasis to start things off. Will be loser pick from there. I like we're getting some nice rotation here. I actually really like Oasis. This is one of my favorite control maps.
I'm glad you said that because I think Oasis gets some hate, and I don't really understand why. Because I agree,
Agreed.
it's a fantastic map. There's a lot of, I mean, in fact, it's similar to Lijiang in that it has a whole lot of different options on each different stage. So I'm right there with you, and it's going to be a lot of fun, especially since we get the full series and loser pick. I mean, that is basically the best way to play Overwatch that there is.
You know what else we get? We get another check mark on our bingo card. We have Pascal versus Pascal in here. And I'm hoping we get the 1v1, honestly. Like we saw the 1v1 with Only Legs and Metro there in our previous match. I'm hoping we get the Pascal versus Pascal 1v1 to start off Oasis. I think that would just make my day. I would just go celebrate. I mean, I'd go celebrate with some Vite Ramen, get some noodles. Command it in chat, get 10% off your order.
Exactly. Yeah, I think I'd pull up there with you. Get some nice noodles as well. I like to see that, and this is going to be a fun one. Not only because we have that Pascal versus Pascal matchup, that's going to be fun. Good luck to everyone in chat. With Pascal, Backstep Bud, and Backstep Bud. This is great. I love that we get to do this together, because this is great.
Team Slovak, I want to highlight this tank line for a moment because I love Theomatic. Honestly, I pop in his streams quite frequently. Such a positive force and a heck of an Orisa player. And then Beluga playing off tank. I saw Beluga play main tank over the weekend. Beluga doesn't typically play main tank. Was playing Reinhardt. Got a 4K Fire Strike kill with Reinhardt. I'm just throwing that out there. Yeah. So just single Fire Strike, just yeeted it out there. Got to talk to him face to face, which was really cool. And he was like, I just kind of went for it. I mean, just straight yeeted a Fire Strike, crossed their fingers through an amp matrix, and boom, 4K in the feed.
I feel like that's kind of how it goes, isn't it? When you hit one of those plays, it's just like you just kind of have to go for it and yeet it, as we say. It's a lot of fun, and I'm excited for this Oasis, which, by the way, we're gonna get into very shortly. Team Slovak, Team Backstep, but I don't know about you, but if we want to talk just a moment of prediction, I kind of lean towards Backstep Bud, but I'm only leaning that way because, well, we just saw them.
I mean, Team Slovak taking out Jikaru. That gives me a lot of confidence in this squad right out of the gate. They're gonna have momentum coming into City Center to start things off. And side note, I don't expect to see Beluga playing any main tank here today. So y'all can calm down and chat right now. But that's I still think we're going to give him the edge. Crossing my fingers for that hammer kill coming out of Slovak. I'm fully expecting it. So that's what I'm looking for. That's also on my bingo card today here, Vincent.
Yeah, no, we're very much on our way towards those bingos. I got a couple of up and down rows there nearly completed. It's getting close. So I hope you haven't been letting down and making sure to tag each of your victories. But we're seeing a bit of a dive here from Slovak, and it's somewhat similar here from Backstep Bud, and the Backstep Bud on towards the Sigma, and that's a big difference.
That is a big difference. It's also changed our naming convention, so it's now Sigma Bud. We're just gonna go with BSB for the Hanzo, the real Backstab, the authentic Backstab Bud. I'm just gonna call him BSB, just to keep things easy, and not on the Doomfist. I mean, in City Center, I can understand why. We're getting the Sigma Diva is also a little interesting. A little double off tank run. Yeah, if they can isolate anything down.
I think it's actually decent-ish on this particular stage. City Center, it's so very different than pretty much anything else. So fair enough. Silver does get that opening capture, and you know how important that is.
Especially on this map. This map is so easy to hold, but look at the clapback. Holy cow. as Team Backstab Bud just storm over the point. I think they realized that there was a Lucio and a Zenyatta on the other side. Wasn't a whole lot of sustain to go around, so they just pounced on the tanks.
Well, that plus I think I've just done the classic caster curse. I do apologize.
True.
Yeah, my bad, guys. You can blame me for that one. But yeah, I think that is definitely did have something to do with it. The lack of sustain. We see Beluga. Hey, it's the Roadhog. I'm glad to see it. It was a meme at first, and now we have it for real.
Yep. Theo going up top. Had mines. Was just gonna back out. Wait for the support ult. I'm guessing to come online is gonna be the cue for Team Silvac to charge on in. Oh, mine's gonna go ahead and come out on the top, and it is. The Transcendence coming out, and the aggression comes through right in the middle, trying to pounce him back. But he's got 1 health. Somebody kill BSB. No, they can't find it. Echo Flex is gonna have to drop that sound barrier as well, trying to finish out this fight. But they don't get Theo with it. Theo does not receive the extra shielding, but does manage to get a late kill with those mines that came out seemingly like 30 seconds ago. BSB still hopping around in the middle, finally finished off by Beluga, and Silvac finally get this point back.
I'll be honest. I saw that mine kill in the kill feed, and I was like, "Wait, those are still a thing? What just happened there?" I don't understand. But it was actually, by the way, Stempy who picked up a couple of nice frags there with the tracer that sort of opened things up. And now with the high ground as well, Silvac on the Torv can apply tons of pressure down on that Sigma Bud shield. So things are looking up.
Yeah, those are some extra hot Cheetos coming out from the high ground in Silvac. Speaking of, the Molten Core also online and ready to go. Silvac's going to leap down, throw the hot lava all over the point. Just throw some up in the sky while you're at it. Why not? But BSB dropped the Gravitic Flux and managed to pick up a couple with that. Beluga and Silvac are both gone. And the flip already came through. Silvac, the Team Silvac kind of gave up the point with members still alive. Not ideal because they're continuing to fight while Team Backstab Bud are racking up percentage.
Yeah, that's the problem. And so I just found out how I die up top against Torbjorns. When I just back up and I find that I'm standing inside the goop. I figured that out. Now Silvac has taught me the ways. I appreciate that. Nonetheless, there's a self-destruct, zoning self-destruct maybe, or maybe just a remake. I'm not sure, but it doesn't find too much.
Hey, it's worth it for that 600 health. It is worth it. Stip wins the pugilist battle over BSB, and it's a +1 to Team Silvac on the point right now, coming up on that Transcendence, and they've got Speed Sport super low, even got the Immortality field out. Metro trying to hold the line with this Tech Visor, but no such luck. Pounced on by a Stimp, finished off by Silvac. Silvac's got the hammer out. Couldn't quite get it.
A nice attempt, but yeah, just a little short.
Echo Flex stole it.
Yeah, it was indeed stolen. Oh, maybe next time. Still lots to play for. And Team Silvac, this is now sort of do or die. They got to keep a hold of this point. It was dangerous last time when they sort of gave it up for free. And now it is 99% and should be last fight territory. That's a big opener from Beluga.
That is a huge opener. Oh, and Pascal's going to take Metro down as well. +2. And Backstab Bud have no choice. The team has to push on its objective and try to make something happen. But they're running into mines. They're running into a ton of damage. And this is going to be Team Silvac taking our opening round on City Center. A little Molten Core there just to ensure some victory. Come on, pull out that. You won't do it. Silvac. Pull out the hammer. Nope. It's going to be Timmy the Turret finding the final kill, and Team Silvac finding 100%.
Nicely done. Yeah, back and forth as well. Very much a bit chaotic, I think the right terminology, but chaos that can work pretty darn well. And you know, I was a little bit questioning on the Roadhog, but Beluga played it beautifully.
Oh no, Beluga's got a killer hog. That's definitely something to be feared, particularly bringing out the Wrecking Ball. So I guess we're gonna go with Backstab Ball now. Nope. It's Winston Bud.
Yeah, that one makes a lot more sense. I mean, I was thinking Monkey Bud, as in
Monkey Bud,
an allusion to Monkey Ball. If anybody ever played Monkey Ball, and
no, I can.
That was a good game. Either way, we're back to Hammer Bud actually.
Yeah. No, that was a nice throwback, but we are indeed back to Hammer Bud. BSB himself pulling out the Genji. I like it. I like it a lot. Genji's always fun to watch. I don't know how effective it's going to be going up against a Torbjorn and a Sigma, but it should be fun to watch either way. Early Immortality Field out from Pascal and Team Backstab Bud, and once that's done, so is Metro, and now it's up to BSB to try to find some kills in the back line. Was looking for Pascal in the back, but now has both of those supports, both flex supports charging. I guess Lucio's technically a May, but it's Pascal coming up with the goods. Unfortunately, the Genji did not work out so well.
I can't imagine why. I mean, it's such a good character that's overpowered, clearly, according to all my gold teammates. No, I'm just kidding. You know, the other thing is you don't want to be trifling with Echo Flex and Pascal. That's just not a backline that you want to go 1v2 as a Genji. So clearly, BSB going to be going back to the Doomfist. But yeah, Doomfist again, a little bit on the tougher side to play on this stage as well. So I think it's probably why we didn't see it initially.
Speed Sport was feeling hungry, gobbled up a pulse bomb, and Backstab Bud swap immediately finding value, but Hammer Bud goes down. And then Beluga drops the massive gravitic flux over the entrances. Team Backstab Bud tried to go to the high ground. They are met with that pesky gravity.
Is that the thing they call MTD? I don't know. Anyway.
Something like that. Something like that.
I've heard the term thrown around, just trying to be like the cool kids. And, well, Team Silvac, they are in control here, 50% and counting. And the big problem for BSB, they've been swapping a lot. As we're back to the Winston, there's not a lot of ults because of that, which is going to be a bit problematic for them as they move forward.
Yeah, especially consider the check marks coming online in the top left-hand corner of your screen. Looking for those mines, got tons of value both times from Theo, and they come out immediately, blocking off the point and splitting up Team Backstab as they tried to push on. Narwhal goes down, super close to Sound Barrier. That's most unfortunate, and Backstab Bud gets forced into those mines. It's Team Silvac who are holding steady, a clean 78-0 right now, and there's no signs of them budging whatsoever.
No, I mean making that last stage look like a bit of an interesting one, considering it was so close, and now this one's one-sided as ever. Just one sound barrier, one diva bomb to throw in, and that's all they've got to work with, BSB.
Yeah, speaking of sound barriers, Echo Flex is going to start with one, and Timmy the Turret picks up a pair of kills, finding the discorded targets at that. Ooh, okay. It's Speed Sport who's able to pick up a pair, but Pascal's going to keep the rest of the team alive with a nice Transcendence, and it's still big player advantage over Team Silvac as they try to close this thing out, take down Backstab Ball, who's holding on for dear life as BSB shows up on the Doomfist, but the ball finally falls, and so does the timer. It's a 100-0 to close out Oasis. Team Silvac take map 1.
Oh, man. Tough there at the end. That was almost a hero self-destruct to come through. And Beluga, I don't think this is any question. Man, this guy had a phenomenal performance here in the second stage in particular.
Yeah, this is that gravitic flux. Oh, it's as they were falling off the high ground too. That's, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. Like, nope, you only think you're knocking me off the high ground. Guess what? Sigma can fly. Maybe only temporarily, but hey, that's all that Beluga needed to wreak havoc and just send Backstab Bud all back to spawn in tatters.
Yeah, and hey, listen, I'd take some limited flight. No need to get greedy about it. You know,
Fair.
It's fine, right? If I could fly just a little bit, you wouldn't be disappointed, would you? Come on now. So I think Sigma's probably happy where he's at. The other thing to speak of here, well, Team Silvac with a nice start, but remember, this is now first to 3. We're no longer in the 1-win and go forward matches. This is now Backstab Bud's opportunity to pick in towards the next map that we go to, and that should be an escort map.
Yes, it is. And going into escort, thinking maybe a little bit of range for Team Backstab Bud to work with. Try to put some distance between them and Silvac. So we'll see what they choose here. Once we get that map screen up, we'll figure that out. But in the moment, I just want to talk about Team Silvac and its tank line. This tank line was absolutely dominant. Theo and Belugo combined for so many kills there. And it looks like we have a choice coming through as far as maps, Vincent. We're headed to Rialto.
Yes, we are. I think this makes sense. You were just talking about, right? Let's make some space, right? Get some
Exactly.
space to work with. Well, I can see that. And Rialto certainly does offer a bit of space, a bit of sight lines, so to say. And, I will, to be fair, ask the question, we know BSB himself does like to go to that Doomfist. I don't know if that's exactly what is fantastic for Rialto, but a repertoire as deep here as BSB, I'm sure we're going to see something interesting.
BSB also has a fantastic Hanzo. I know we got just a little flavor of it before, but I've cast this player enough in the past to know that Hanzo can be quite lethal. So that would be the pick I'm expecting to come out. And then going up against the Torb of Silvok, which is almost like 95%, almost guaranteed. You're almost guaranteed to get Silvok on Torbjorn as you already get me enjoying some Vite Ramen noodles. Which is, Reflash, .gg, / Vite Ramen for 10% off of your order. You get the chopsticks and everything. It's all ready to go. I need some lunch, Vincent. I'm getting hungry.
I know.
And I think our teams are hungry to keep moving through this tournament.
I mean, I would be too. If I was in the tournament, which we've already established, you and I on this side of the casting booth for a reason. But for that, if we were there, I would be definitely in that same boat. The other thing to note, of course, as we look in towards the Rialto, I think is going to be competitionally where we're gonna go. How do you deal with the fact that we're gonna see the Torbjorn? I actually think Torbjorn's good on this map, especially defensively. It can do a lot of zoning to, for example, a Thora or an Echo, and that would make it, I don't know, very difficult to play one of those characters like Thora and Echo that is very strong here as we get in towards this game and look to see what those picks might look like.
Well, and we are going to get Team Silver on the defense to start things off as we get a nice little look at the Opera House, the Teatro Bel Canto. My Italian is terrible, so
listen, you tried, and that's more than I would have done. So
sometimes you just gotta go for it, Vincent. You just gotta go for it.
It's true, but I'm just saying, I got respect for the fact that you went for it. That's all. Oh, speaking of going for it, though, if Metro sticks on this Bastion, I will be having the best of times here. The classic Bastion push on towards the first point would be fun from Backstab Bud. But that not confirmed yet. 10 seconds for that. On the other side of things, pretty much as we expect. Pretty standard fare, if you would think about it. The Sigma with the ball, and of course the what we were talking about, the Torbjorn guaranteed.
Yeah. Oh, we're getting.
Oh.
There we go. I was about to say, next time on Dragon Ball Z. I was getting a little bit of a stagger on my end here, Vincent. I don't know if you got a little bit cleaner. Okay. Hey, it's not just me. Sometimes I get a little self-conscious and more, it's just me. But you know what? We often all experience some of the same difficulties. So, it's just something to keep in mind. Looks like Team Backstab Bud are going to roll out here with the double shield and the Bastion.
Indeed it does. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's a team effort here, Bill Scott. You and I, we're on the same page. We got it. And unfortunately, like you were just saying, a little bit of difficulties there on the feed. So not sure what we're seeing other than that confirmation you got through. I am interested to see how far that can go. Because obviously it's a very easy thing to counter, but easy in principle, hard in practice. There we go. The words finally came out.
It looks like we had an internet issue on our end, but we can pretend, we can theorize on what's going on right now. I can theorize that the Bastion is probably going to whittle down the Torb and the shields on the other side. Maybe make it to that first corner, but getting into the courtyard might be different. I'm sensing that BSB got a kill with the Hanzo. That's my psychic powers are kicking in right now, Vincent. I can see Hanzo in the feed. Oh, nope, somebody's in the water. I just felt somebody's in the water. That's
That's magical. I listen. You and I are gonna have to sit down with our Vita Ramen later and discuss how exactly you can do that, because I think I need to learn from you, the master.
Oh, but it's in the requirements. You have to have psychic powers to be a caster. That's how we curse people, you know. Like that's how caster curses come to be. You've got the power, Vincent. You've got it in you. You just have to tap it.
Well, we saw it. I mean, the caster curse, it happened earlier this series. So I just need to learn how to, pull it in deep within myself and go from that. So I am getting word though that we are having some trouble, continue to have trouble with the feed. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to a short little break while we get it figured out. Thanks so much for your patience. We'll be back shortly after this.
Are you like me? Sad? Lonely? Isolated? Wasting all your days away playing Overwatch? That sucks. I can't help you with any of that. But despite my depression crippling my executive function and my ability to make healthy food, I at least have Vite Ramen to keep my mind and body as healthy as possible while I waste away this sad, sad life of mine. What's better than crying in a bathtub? Crying in a bathtub full of Vite Ramen with a shredded, sexy body and six-pack abs. Use code Showdown for 10% off today.
Disclaimer, Vite Ramen does not give you 6.
Thank you once again for your patience. We are ready to roll, get back into this thing. Our players were kind enough to pause for us. So we only missed the opening 2 minutes of action or so. And, well, newsflash, the Bastion did not work. They got held with the second corner, it looked like, going into the courtyard. But my psychic powers were on point, Vincent. Echo Flex ended up in the water.
I don't know how you've done it, but it's fantastic. And again, we're gonna have to sit down over a bowl of white ramen together, and I just need to learn the ways of the prediction, because I clearly have not learned effectively. But you mentioned that the Bastion didn't work. I'm so surprised. Wow.
I know.
Really?
I know everybody is shocked. It's both heartbreaking and just stunning for everybody out there. I know you at home, friends, were just expecting a full roll with the Bastion through this. I know I was too. I mean, my face is just black and white right now. It is all Kappa at the moment.
Yeah. I think I saw a tear in your eye somewhere, somehow. It was there, I swear. But here we go. I think we're back underway, and thankfully, yeah, like you said, we got that pause, and it's not too far forward.
Ooh, and we just come back in and just stimp lighten up the feed. But it's still Metro and BSB were on the Hanzo and Soldier respectively. Doesn't look like they're having much better luck with this DPS duo either.
Yeah, not exactly. Though I mean, to be fair, there's the. I was like, I wonder when we're gonna see it. Here we go. Is this the 1v1? Yes! The 1v1 that comes through from the supports, but it wasn't the one that we wanted or needed. Oh man, Echo Flex. Or rather, sorry, Pascal and Narwhal, the two to come together in that one.
Pascal with the C is actually Cracked Gamer. Like, just no cap on. I mean, just point in case right there. I mean, do I need to say any more?
No, I don't think so. Not needed. We're just hanging out with him because, you know, clearly fantastic. That's a sound barrier out, though. We keep everyone healthy for now.
Yeah, BSB is able to pick up one. Unfortunately, the War Drums, the Supercharger, just completely demantled, devalued. Now it's an Ant Matrix on the high ground. Metro able to utilize some of that, some of the above, to find a pick with a lot of help with some friends. It's gonna be a Transcendence to try to hold the line. As Beluga swaps over to a Winston to get back, and oh my goodness, the Transcendence works out. Everybody getting in the mix, and Team Slovak hold like a giant brick wall.
I mean, it took both support ultimates, but hey, they do indeed pull it off. Beluga on the Winston here, and no more ultimates really other than the Pulse Bomb coming up for his Team Slovak. So things are wide open for Team Backset Bud to kind of bring this one in.
Echo Flex sends Speed Sport into the water. Guess what? 4 legs, but no fins. The Irisa cannot swim. Metro BSB tried to bring it back, and it's a 4v4 with the overtime Wick Burden here on point A of Rialto. I've heard there's more full holds on this map than any other map in the game. Still time for recontest. There's a big battle going on in the Mega Courtyard. And it looks like everybody's kind of retreating back to their corners. I'm expecting a recontest the last second here for sure.
Yeah, the problem is the cart was rolling that whole time, so, you know, lots of openings.
And it's Narwhal taking Beluga down as they rolled in. Theo's not even going to bother using those mines as BSB takes the skies. Almost knocked Pascal the water, saved by the boat, but he's holy cow! It's Echo Flex coming through to save Pascal on the back. And winning the front line is Theomatic, dropping those little orbs of death everywhere. No, not the ones from Zenyatta. Explosive kind coming out of the wrecking ball. Oh, I still can't believe that kill on the BSB. Good job, Echo Flex. Good job.
I mean, Echo Flex, we're like Echo Peel. The Peel outrageous. He's just like, oh, no, my support, please. No one touch him. This is impossible. And Easy does it with the help from Pascal, obviously, on the Discord orb, but still. Wow. Cannot believe what we saw. And again, you've done them. You've cursed them with the full hold.
I did. So sorry. I would also like to say that despite all my flaming in my rank games, that apparently Lucio Zenyatta is a thing.
Yeah, I know, right? If I see this in my rank game, I'm literally like, okay, team, can we stop trolling and play a real comp? But the reality is when you're good at the game and actually have communication, believe it or not, it works.
It's BSB going on the defense. Oh, and another ranked troll that I love to see, Zarya and Roadhog. So now we have the backstab hog. How many tanks is this guy gonna play?
Hogstab Bud?
Hogstab Bud. All right, we'll roll with that.
Yeah. Either way, I think that one needs maybe a little bit of work. We'll continue the workshopping as we have been. Nonetheless,
Indeed.
Here we are. The attack, though, I think gets harder with the Torbjorn. Not that it's impossible, but with the ball in the Sigma, this is a very a tough tank line to dislodge, especially considering we're watching Hog and Zarya.
I'm gonna go with back hook, Bud. I don't know.
That's fantastic. I like that one.
All right. Now we'll roll with that. Around the first quarter goes Team Solvok already up to the high ground. Goes Theomatic, and back to spawn goes Metro. Back hook Bud is able to pick off Beluga though, and so we're gonna get a +1 over to the defense of Team BSB. And now they're pushing onto the objective to clean up what remains of Team Solvok, and they will succeed in doing so with BSB coming up with a pair.
Yeah, some fantastic shooting from the Cowboy himself, and yeah, nicely held. Like I said, once it got to that first point, it does get a little bit more difficult. Metro has a lamp to help out. That's outrageous. I'm mauling if I'm Theomatic there. Like, why? Please.
Theomatic was lucky to get out of there alive. Like, just kind of gave up on that one. Trades up front, got a favor, Team Backstab Bud. You traded Cassidy for the Sigma. You take that every time. Nice little Lucio duel going on out here. Great job on Blizzard our Obs for catching that. That was a joy to watch. We'll keep an eye on the feed to see the results. In the meantime, Silvic's going to land a Cheeto right between the dome on the other side. I believe that was Pascal that went down to that. And Speed Sport is not going to be able to hold on to that 100 charge. Unfortunately for them, box of victory in Team Silvic's sight.
Yeah, and well, the hold was indeed enough. I don't think anybody's going to be back in time. Not at all. That is the second map now game for Team Silvic and Team Backstab. But you know, I won't say that the Bastion was the problem, but it certainly didn't work.
Slight correction. It is Sam who is our OBS now after our technical difficulties, so good job to them. But no, unfortunately, the Bastion was not the play, which is unfortunate. It is unfortunate. God, that was the Pascal versus Pascal kill. I'm just saying. We saw it happen. It wasn't until the end of the feed. But the long distance, 5-shot into the Baptiste from like all the way across the map there, that was ridiculous. That was absolutely ridiculous.
It was nutty. And I mean, I'll be honest, we've seen a lot of really good Zenyatta play, haven't we? I mean, like a ridiculous amount if we consider it.
Yeah, I mean, it was all day long. It's just been the Zens, the shining stars. I mean, the floating monk is just leading the way with perfect mental clarity and calm as we head into map number 3. Speaking of Omnic monks, it sounds like our pick for hybrid has come through, Vincent.
It has indeed. Yeah, let's take a look. It is King's Row. I'm sure you could never have guessed that because this map's never played. Nobody likes this thing. It's like the worst map in the pool. No, I kid, of course.
Yeah, you get the giant Mondada statue. Another opportunity for the Bastion to find success. Yeah, no, I can cross my fingers for a little top hat strategy. I think that's on my bingo card somewhere.
Yeah, I think so. Top for me, it's top left actually. Is the top hat strat here on Kings Row. I actually just crossed out Kings Row in a BO5 or first to 3. So definitely something to look out for. The other thing that I want to look out for is that the Reinhardt play. We haven't necessarily seen a whole lot of it there, especially not in that map. I'm excited. We're probably going to see a bit more Reinhardt here.
It's quite possible. We could also get Theo on the Orisa, which is always a joy to watch. It's the double shield. It happens to be a little effective. I mean, it's very difficult to break down. Orisa on defense is just downright oppressive. So I mean, the world is their oyster. I mean, we could also just see dueling wrecking balls again. But you know what? we're going to have to wait until after this short break to see it. Stick around. Map 3 on Kings Row coming up in just a moment. It's time to get into it. We're about to head into King's Row in this matchup between Team Silva and Team Backstab Bud. Team Silva got match point as they're able to take Oasis and Rialto pretty darn cleanly, Vincent.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is a little bit worrying here from Team Backstab Bud because, well, I mean, sure, Oasis, you can argue, it's a control map. It's a bit of a white whale of its own, but well, when it came to Rialto, Team Backstab Bud just didn't have any answers, and it was a bit of a dominant showing. So now moving on to King's Row, it's do or die time.
Yeah, Team Silva looking real crispy right now. Team Backstab Bud looking kind of soggy like a wet noodle. Speaking of noodles, if you're hungry, command in chat, get yourself some Vite Ramen to get 10% off your order. I know I'm gonna be doing that once we end up passing over the baton because I've about talked myself into some Vite Ramen noodles here, Vincent.
How did you know what I was doing on our break? I was I was definitely not stuffing my face full of like ramen noodles. That's definitely not what happened. But the game is just about to come up online here. This is, like we said, potentially final map of this first to three. And here we are. Let's take a look. So Team Backstab Bud, they're on the defense, and this is crucial for them. Wonder what composition we're going to see them bring out. We've kind of touched on a couple of the possibilities, but here's the El Clasico. Going to see the Rhine Zarya confirmed its Hammerbud back into the game, and BSB going to go with the Doomfist. I actually really like the Doomfist strategy here with the Rhine Zarya. I think if you play it right, it is very strong.
Absolutely, and this is where you traditionally see Doomfist, right? Is in the current meta is alongside a brawl composition where everybody just converges on one target. Your Doomfist actually kind of sets the pacing. Where traditionally the Reinhardt's going to be the one setting the timing on your engagements. In this particular composition, it's the Doom. And so it's up to Team Silvac to see if they can read BSB's positioning, who is currently hiding on that right-hand side up on the staircase.
Snapmy looking for some opening duels. By the way, speaking of bingo cards, I'm one away from bingo. I need that hammer kill. That's what I'm looking for.
Oh yeah, the save. I mean, we got the center. I think the centerpiece is just like play King's Row. I think that's the easy gimme. Here comes the engagement in from Team Backstab Bud as they try to push back. So it looks like able to get one. Unfortunately, it was not the hammer kill we were looking for, and found themselves in a very awkward position. The turret is all the way in the back as Silvac had looped all the way through Hotel, while the rest of the team try to push in front right, and the sandwich maneuver works out well for him. Silvac sacrificing their lives so that the rest of the team may live and thrive and grab point A.
Yeah, that's a really, really strong strategy. Apply pressure from 2 different angles. It's classic game mechanic, but it works beautifully, and it is what gets point number 1 in the favor of Team Silvac. We are seeing a Matrix thrown out there just to hold things back there. Pascal doesn't want to get things too far out of hand, but as I'm saying that, there goes Narwhal, down already.
I didn't see where Silvac got him from that time. I'm guessing another crazy flank, because Pascal was trying to hold this archway. That's what Team Backstab wanted to do. It's why that Ant Matrix was invested. But the Shatter is down, and there's an earthquake in London. It is massive. The follow-up is all there, and Theo is just swinging for the fences.
I feel like I have not seen this many turret kills in a long time in a game. There's just a lot of them coming through. Silvac already has the potential here for the ultimate. We're gonna probably be throwing that out there relatively shortly. And Bud, well, they have some ults to work with them on their own, but I gotta be honest, it's not been great.
Oh, self-destruct in the back. Everybody's able to find cover except for Metro. And Backstab Bug gets caught in a corner, caught in a bad spot, zoned out by that. What a beautiful spot from Beluga to place that bomb. And it makes everybody just easy picking. Silvac with a beautiful cleanup, and they're going to be rewarded with point B. Narwhal caught way off in the back, sound barrier in their pocket. I'm Team Silvac. I'm not in a big hurry to kill Narwhal here.
Yeah, I mean, I say that. Maybe you are now. You've committed so many resources to it. But either way, no, that fight's won the same way the first point is won. By splitting up the defense, and, well, it's just a difference in kind where it's the push through, and speaking of splitting the defense, see you later, Metro. He's been introduced to the wall.
That was unfortunate. It looked like a boop, perhaps from Beluga, that knocked Metro into the pin coming out. That was fantastic and unfortunate for Metro. Oh, there it is! There it is! Throw a guy with the squeaky! Speed Sport gets hammered down by Silvac. Oh, the Silvac unfortunately is gonna fall. Maybe they've done enough. No, I don't think Team Silvac's gonna be able to do anything with only 3 members left. Team Backstab Bud with a close respawn should be able to come and retake its quarter.
Hashtag worth it. I want a hashtag worth it in chat.
Yes.
I don't know about that charge there. I don't know if it's a fat finger there. Certainly something going on. Nonetheless, we finally get the bingo card. There goes the Ant Matrix though, and this is going to make things hard as the rest of the defense is pushed back.
The Molten Core invested at the same time. Backstab Hammer Bud, that is, threw a Shatter down at some point, but Pascal wasn't having any of it. Get out of here with that Earth Shatter. And this is Team Silvac just rolling. Just rolling on through as they cruise. They just saunter into the back of point C and claim the Foundry seemingly with ease. Almost have as much time on the clock as they came out of the gates with.
Yeah, that's, I think, a great way to put a pin in that one. Just walking out, you start with 4 minutes, and you've only lost 8 seconds at the end of a 3-point push. It definitely tells a story all on its lonesome. And with that, well, Backstab, but they're going to have to tell a pretty compelling narrative themselves if they want to pull this back to within anything resembling reason to this defensive side. Nonetheless, I do want to say, man, this was beautiful stuff, beautiful work overall from Team Silvac. They just basically outmaneuvered Team Backstab Bud from the moment that the matchup started.
This is going to take the anime redemption arc of a lifetime to pull this back. Not just on King's Row, but in the series as a whole. And I'm here for it. You know, if there's anybody that could do it, you know, Team Backstab Bud certainly are capable. But I mean, even with Stimp coming out on the Doomfist and going toe-to-toe with BSB is a fantastic Doomfist, but it was Stimp who was getting all the glory, who's right now got the heavyweight belt around their waist. As Team Silvac going on the defense, and not a whole lot of changes compositionally.
No, not too
Like,
much.
not any. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, we had the Zarya there for a little bit, but yeah, otherwise nothing at all done. Differentiated and very fast. Backstab Bud looking to enter very quickly.
Well, Stimp gets caught out though. Was on the stairwell and immediately pounced upon, but Hammer Bud is down, which is, I mean, yeah, I talked about the Doom being the initiator, but you still need that Reinhardt to claim the space. So Team Backstab Bud are just kind of gotten held up here behind statue.
The good news is there was a lot of pressure on the Theo's shield, and so he's gonna pull back for just a moment as well. That gives some space over to Team BSB for just a second. But oh no, that's not what we want to see.
Oh, Hammer Bud goes down again. Again, traditionally not a main tank player, and you're going to be somebody with the caliber Theomatic who's playing as long as Theomatic has at such a high level. That's a tall ask for any DPS. I know you think your DPS players out there, you think Reinhardt looks easy, all right? But it's about the mind games.
Well, and it's not as much about mechanic. It's about being able to get in a mindset where you're essentially being bullied all game long by everything. You're the target of all the things, and you have to deal with it at a massive rate.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's judging cooldowns, judging timing, like the timing of these support ults now coming out from the defense, and Backstab Hammer Bud rather. They had to fall back, but Stimp was right there waiting for him. Somehow Hammer Bud's still alive.
Oh,
gets the hammer, the smaller hammer wins. You've got to be kidding me. Oh, things come in small packages, and the squeaky wins out over the massive hammer of the Hammer Bud.
Big hammer over small hammer. Oh man. And the self-destruct is well committed. Interesting decision making as BSB just wreaks havoc here in the backline.
Survived a lot longer than I expected him to, that's for sure. Hammer Bud does get some revenge, and the Rocket Hammer prevails in the end. Team Backstab Bud may finally get this car on the road. Still 3 or 4 members of Team Silvac left here, including Simp, who's able to get one, drops the Meteor Strike into the back, looking for Pascal, who dropped the Ant Matrix, almost completely devalued and gets taken out. Narwhal, the next in their sights. But a little bit of work had been done. Oh no, not again! Don't do it to him again, Silvac! Oh my, that's 3 for them on the map. Oh my goodness, you take over. I can't believe my eyes. I can't believe what I just saw.
A third squeaky on the board there for the thrower guy himself, and nasty work being done. And the fact that Team Silvac come away with that victory, there was 2 fights going on, and they lost both of them, but 1 overall. Explain to me how that works. I have no clue.
Lose the battle, win the war, I believe is the phrase. The Theo's down here out of the gate. Pascal's able to pick up as well, so no Baptiste, no Reinhardt, 2 crucial components now absent from the defense of Team Silvac. And with only 1 tick left to go, the Team Backstab Bud should have the advantage in this, but Team Silvac are going to stall it for as long as possible, investing the sound barrier to do so. It's given time for the Baptiste and the Reinhardt to get back into the battle. Pneumatic in there swinging. Hammer Bud's, well, Earth Shatter, I don't think fell on much. And then Echo Flex is going to find that kill. This is an all-out war on the point of King's Row, and Backstab Bud looked like they might just emerge victorious in the end.
Just barely, but the reason that Team Silva were okay with investing so heavily there, unfortunate there, Speed Sport, you hate to see that, but the reason they were just fine with investing so heavily is because they already won the overall time battle, right? It was no time left on the clock, which means that now if they stop them at all, of course they win. Even if the pull push comes through, Team Silva have a fantastic advantage if it ever gets to that those extra innings that we like to see on the back end.
Oh, I mean, you only get 90 seconds for tapping point B. If the point magically teleported to the back, the time would still be less than that put up by Team Silva. And BSB is out of the fight already. Fire strike to the Imp Matrix doesn't quite land. And here comes the sound barrier in response alongside Attack Visor. And the two Reinhardts going head to head. It is Theomatic winning that duel with Beluga getting into the mix.
Yeah, massive work there as well. I mean, even with the sound barrier investment from Narwhal, Team Backstab Bud just can't find the success. And a lot of that is on, by the way, to Theomatic, who's doing a great job there on the main tank. We talked about him ad nauseum, it feels, but here comes Hammerbud, and lots of ults.
Self-destruct up in the air. Oh, it forces the Immortality Field out and breaks the shield. Resources falling down, but the DPS from Team Backstab Bud have managed to pick up a little bit of the slack, at least temporarily, even overcoming the lava that has just been scattered all over the place. I didn't know they had volcanoes in London, but apparently that's a thing. Oh, and as I spoke too soon, Hammerbud just decides to go step in some of that hot lava. That's burning feet there. And Team Backstab Bud no longer have their Reinhardt on the battlefield. Meteor Strike in from BSB, going into the back, ideally looking for one of those supports. Still waiting on the fall. Does land, does take out Pascal. Sacrifices himself for it, but a worthy sacrifice indeed. This should open things up enough. Team Slovak have to invest their sound barrier to try to hold, to try to push forward, and they're able to buy a couple kills on the back of it and kind of have drawn this out to a stalemate.
Very well done, and well, I mean, I guess the earthquakes probably don't help with the lava, the eruptions, and there goes that earthquake. They're shattered down.
Yep, the fault lines are splitting apart, and it's Team Backstab Bud falling into the depths below. Apparently, they just lead right to your spawn. And now we're doing the dramatic music with the time ticking down, and Silvic is going to land his stick. Silvic on a Tracer? Okay. All right, not something I expect. That was not on my bingo card. Nope. But it's Sound Barrier, last desperate attempt for Team Backstab Bud to make something happen in this series. They have one fight to keep their hopes alive in the winner's bracket, and they're running out of reinforcements quickly. It's a trade, Theomatic for BSB. Still quite a few players for them to overcome.
And that's the only positive thing here for Backstab Bud is that they have a slight advantage in the run back, but that's not by much. And as I say that, though, Backstab Bud looking to sort of stabilize just a little bit. They have the bodies, at the very least, on the point.
Yeah, they've gotten the last 3 kills, if my count is on. Theomatic's gonna return. I mean, the overtime like's burning. Like, there's no more time to buy. The clock is as low as it can get right now, but you did get an ult out of Pascal, so okay, fair play.
Yeah, and I mean, in all honesty, I don't think it's too worrying, the ult economy here. Again, before even first point was capped, Team Silver knew they had an advantage time-wise. Now, well, they could even deny a potential push for Backstab, but in that secondary, in those second innings, and well, if they stop them here, it's all over.
A little tip of the hat to Pascal, triple kill there on the back of point B. But let's enough about the past. Let's move forward, and what's moving forward is double damage coming out from the defense, but Silvic on the Tracer's already out of the fight. +1 to the attacking Team Backstab Bud as BSB goes in deep. There's a turret and everything else. Triple commit, but has the Meteor Strike to get out of there. Unfortunately, on the front lines, the Team Silvic lighting up the kill feed, lighting up red indeed. And this is going to be a hold. One last chance for Team Backstab Bud.
Oh no, Narwhal is getting staggered, and that's brutal with 30 seconds on this clock. They need everything that they can get here. Team Backstab Bud, they're coming up on with those support ults, but it's going to be a time thing. It's not going to be there.
Give me the self-destruct to scatter the members of Team Backstab Bud, but this time Team Silvic not able to pounce on them. They managed to stay safe. Narwhal returns and finds some revenge. That's a huge kill for the Lucio. Heal over the top on the recently swapped ball. Has a lot of adaptive shielding and manages to get sound barriers out. Sound barriers invested from both sides, as a matter of fact. But Theo's able to build up some of those mines. Oh, Backstab Bud took Pascal out of the fight. It's Pascal with a K who responds. Sylvic leads the pulse. It's a 1v1 left on the point. It was BSB versus Sylvic. As Pascal with a K shows back up and the cart slowly drifts towards the back of the foundry.
Can they get on? Got a touch. 1.91 meters left before the ball gets on the point. And it is, oh no! Oh no! They got pushed off! Team Backstab Bud, they had an opportunity, but Team Silvok pushed them off the point at the last moment. And they confirmed the 3-0 victory. Nasty work is Theomatic. Picks up with the play of the game. That was a nasty Earthshatter, by the way.
That was just filthy. And I can see why they need some street work. We need to get the crews down here to the streets because there's potholes and cracks everywhere on this street right now. And it looked like Team Backstab Bud were kind of tripping over all of them, unfortunately for them. And I mean, a little bit of a forced C9 there at the end. I'm not going to quite, check mark the box of C9 on my bingo card.
Yeah, I don't think it was quite a C9.
It wasn't quite a C9.
There was a lot of pressure being applied. Let's put it that way.
Yes. I'm sure it's popping up in chat right now. I don't have it open, but I'm sure the letter number has appeared in chat from someone somewhere. So I think it was a 4 C9. We're gonna go with that.
Yeah.
We're gonna go with that. Anyway, GG's all around. Team Silvic. I mean, holy cow! You've taken out 2 strong opponents and just barreling through the winners bracket right now.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how they were already looking good before they even got into this game. And, well, if they were looking good before, they're looking even better now. As I got to say, I'm excited to see what Team Silvok have to show us throughout the rest of today and this entire tournament, because it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yep, that's going to be it for Vincent and myself. We're going to pass the baton over to the wonderfully talented Waffles and Amentos to guide you through the rest of day 1 of the Streamer Showdown. Before we get into that, a really important message from friends here at Chase and Monkey Bubble Reflash. So we'll have a look at that video. But hey, we're going to join you in chat and y'all enjoy the rest of the tourney. When we come back, we're just going to have more tournament going on. Do you have who's coming up next in front of you? I don't have it in front of me.
I don't either. But regardless, if these matches have shown us anything, I think we got a lot to look forward to.
We do. It's apparently Ace of Spades versus J. Karu coming up next. So an awesome matchup. Stick around and we'll have more Streamer Showdown coming at you in just a few.
Hello, my name is Ara Mori. Right now, I am a coach, so I work with high school and collegiate teams. So in a community like Overwatch, we are pretty lucky that we have such a large amount of women and female streamers and such. So the best thing that you can really do is find those streamers, find those players, and support them by, watching their content, following them, things like that. If it's inside the game, the best thing you can do is if there's a woman on your team and they're experiencing any sort of harassment, the best thing that you can do is make the harasser feel awkward and weird and support them in-game as well.
My name is Santik, and I'm a 4.4 Flex 4 player. I'm someone who's very competitive in nature, so I tend to practice on ladder or on Kovacs a lot, and I enjoy making clip dumps, as well as posting on Twitter a lot to interact with people in the community. One thing on how to improve the quality for everyone is just play the game. Don't focus on who someone is as much, just treat each other like humans. Just don't make it feel like someone sticks out like a sore thumb, and yeah, just enjoy it.
Hi, my name is Foggy Bear, but I go by Foggy in the community. I am the stream manager and chief marketing officer of Noble Esports. You can contribute to making gaming a better and more equal space and experience for women by just speaking up. When you see someone being mistreated or spoken down to or discriminated against, whether that be in your ranked games or in the communities that you are in. Saying something, trying to be that positive force in the community to encourage others to do better is the best thing that you can do.
I'm Flutie, coach for Redbird Esports, and I run the Overwatch program at Illinois State University. We need every advocate and ally that we can get to improve our Overwatch community. But I said at the very least, everyone stops being bystanders to the bias and toxicity when they are confronted with it. To my fellow women, think big, lean in, take space, and don't apologize for one bit of it.
Hey, you might recognize me. I'm Got Moxie. I'm an esports caster currently working for Blizzard for Contenders China. Honestly, just kind of stepping in, you know, if you see someone being a little bit mean or trying to pick on a girl because she's female, then just step in, say, hey, that's not cool, and let her know that there's actually someone who's actually helping for helping instead of trying to get with you.
I'm Venus. I mainly do illustrations, normally portraits of players and staff, exposing us to the public because there's a lot of women in the we just need a little bit of exposure and these type of spaces where we can talk about ourselves.
Hi, I'm Jack Cherubini. You may know me as the Fifth Beatle from albums such as Abbey Road, Rubber Soul, and the Crab Mafia album. What you might not know about me is I'm an avid watcher of Chase X Monkey Bubble Reflash's streamer Showdown, which is starting very soon. We hope to see you in chat. Hey, yeah, Chase, I just shot the ad. I was wondering when you're gonna send me the money.
I'm not paying you.
Oh, you.
Hi, folks, and welcome back to the Chase Streamer Showdown 2 here on Reflash. I am Waffles for Sid, and joining me will be Amintus on the analysis side, bringing you your next couple of games. Amintus, how are you doing and feeling going into today?
Loose, limber, ready to get this thing started. I'm really excited to see this upcoming match we have in particular. For those curious, it's JKR's team versus Ace of Spades' team. And both of them, I would say, are very deep talent-wise. They've got a ton of actual pro players that are playing in this, and obviously pro players can stream too. That's totally fine. But out of all of the matches that you're probably going to be seeing, this will be a pretty competitive one. I would say that unequivocally, this could be the most competitive.
You know, I would say that as well, but considering we're in round 2 of the losers bracket, I would have expected a little more competitiveness from these teams early on. Granted, Amintus, the first round was a best of 1, and anyone can get caught in a best of 1 unprepared or maybe with some chilly fingers to start off, right?
Yeah, never leave the house without your hand warmers, of course. But something that you briefly mentioned in that best of 1 format, the upset that knocked JKR's team down here in the first place was from Team Silvok. And
Right.
just from watching the match that was playing on our screen previously, they're looking pretty solid. And they came into this saying, "Hey, we're don't underrate us. We're going to surprise a couple people," but that is a very surprising outcome to come into the tournament, take down JKR, send them to losers, and then 3-0 the next opponent. I mean, they are looking very strong, but enough about those guys. Let's discuss the match that we have ahead of us because obviously the stakes here are very high.
Absolutely. And of course, there is that $1,000 prize on the line for anyone who wins this tournament. And this is a double elimination. So there's definitely a chance for both of these teams to fight their way out of this bracket. But, one will stand, one will fall. We'll have to see, who is actually going to bring the heat and have that fire lit underneath them after receiving their loss earlier today. And, check out the teams.
Absolutely.
Well, I first thought we'd make a team with some of my friends, and it turned out my friends are all pro level out players, so it just made the best team possible. I only really know people on Boga's team, so I guess it's Boga. It's just going to be a walk in the park. It's going to be quick.
Thought process of making my team was just getting all the boys together, get them all together again, and have a good time.
Jkaru, that team looks pretty stacked at everyone else, and recognizing from knowing them, or I used to avoid them.
You avoid all the players, bro? I think we're pretty solid.
This is a top 3 team.
Yeah, top 3. Don't go double shield. Reinhardt or dive, one of those two. Let's keep the double shield, the trash can compa.
Amintus, there are some big names on these teams. And, I gotta say, I really hope this next round in the losers bracket is going to be quite a banger. I mean, they have got to really harness that intensity if they want to win that $1,000 prize or, just win the streamer showdown in general and get those bragging rights.
Absolutely. I think from here on out in particular, we're in a real kind of tournament format where we've got best of 5s. We've got that this stage of double elimination from here on out, it's kind of weeded out anybody that may just be here for fun, and there's nothing wrong with that. But these teams are clearly made and built from the ground up to get that 1K. There's no questioning it. They picked the best people that they could. And as we're loading into this game, I'm really excited to see how close this game is going to be.
Absolutely. And, some of those people, they just say that they're here to focus a little bit more on fun. And I think that's them lulling the enemy into a false sense of security. I come from, I used to play water polo. Everyone looks at the small girl and says, yeah, let's underestimate him. And, well, that's the worst thing you can do to your opponent, especially in Overwatch, Amintus. This game can flip on a dime.
It absolutely can. And I think JKR's team understands that after getting sent down to the losers bracket. So they have definitely lit a fire underneath their bellies here. And speaking of underestimating, I don't think anybody should look at Team Ace of Spades here and be like, it's against JKR's team, because again, there are a lot of talented players on that team. I'm looking at Linkser, there, Ace of Spades. I mean, across the entire roster here, there's depth and there's flexibility and there is so much mechanical talent, and we're already loaded in on the Illios, and both of these teams are trying to get this done.
Mechanical talent is going to be it'll be plenty of it here at the Streamer Showdown. All of these people are going to have some crazy mechanics, but do they actually have the synergy after having, not tons of time working together? Linkser is already opening up the kill feed, but technically it's his turret opening up the kill feed. So, a little bit less credit there. Definitely good placement. Another kill goes down though, but this time it's on to provide. So another DPS down from Team JKRU, and well, Ace of Spades looking strong.
Good start. Very, very good start. And like you mentioned, that turret kill getting a pick onto the Tracer opens things up so wide for Ace of Spades team that they just get to basically walk all over that backline. They don't have anything left to worry about. They're just cleaning up the last couple of trickling in members here from Team JKR. Ace of Spades getting early point control. All they really have to do now is start cycling these ultimates with this Zarya Winston competition. Although it doesn't have a lot of ult charge yet, but that's not a good sign, losing your Echo.
No, and then Jar Jar Dinks follows suit really fast afterwards. That's two people really important on Ace of Spades out of the picture. JKRU moving in aggressively, trying to capitalize on being 2 men up, but this is the well, Amintus. You've got to be careful where you tread, because hooks will come from out of nowhere. You get boots in, and well, there it is, the point finally flipping over for the first time in favor of Team JKRU.
I feel like this is just an extension of the first fight. It really has not ended yet, and both teams are just not giving up. Eventually, though, we get to take a bit of a breather, but I can already see Team Ace of Spades. They're rearing and ready to go. They've got Nano Boost, they've got Primal, so many different ways to engage this fight, but they need some way to close it. And I'm looking at Derek's copy in particular. Only thing you gotta watch out for is the growth. Cloud Engine 49 has been the X factor up until this point.
They have been, look at that. That was a great engagement from them as well. Moving forward, and not with, there it is. JKRU just continuing to kill the kill feed.
Very fast. It felt like that sequence just kind of ended instantly. Cloud Engine 49 gets a nice headshot kill onto Derek on Echo. Interestingly enough, Derek has been, playing a lot of other games outside of Overwatch lately. If you've been following the Valorant scene, he's actually doing gangbusters over there. And it's really interesting to see him come back and start to play Overwatch at a relatively high level in a tournament like this. Opening kill from Linkser onto the Tracer.
Oh, and Provide goes ahead and follows up with a counter kill onto Derek. There's still some trade back and forth with Team JKRU in possession of the point. Ace of Spades trying to push around, but these placements around the walls that Provide is using to shield himself is too much.
Again, these team fights are very fast, not really very drawn out. Up until you get to this kind of strange stage where there's a lot of picks happening back and forth, and although it's very, quick at the beginning, it's very long in the long term. They both don't want to give up, like we talked about. JKRU, a They have full control now, only 90% left, rather 10%. They get an opening, pick onto that, go again. That's so big.
Yeah, and then Adara goes ahead and lands a 3-person anti-nade. That's going to stall them out even further. It had to wait and put so many resources just to heal up moving into that last fight. It was pretty much easy picking for Team JKRU to go ahead and continue handling Ace of Spades, trickling in and wipe him out. Surprised that Diva Bomb got the 2K, but here making the dream live is Derek with the Echo duplicate. Oh, he got pushed into the well, smashed straight down, and that's the end of round 1.
That's hilarious. You jump on the grenade there to try to save your team in real life, but not in Overwatch. The Diva Bomb is gonna kill everybody. And even though that was very close to going poorly, the copy comes through at the end there. JKR's team, they're cool. They stay calm under pressure. Even a little blip like that, it doesn't bother them whatsoever, and they close it out strong. 100-40 on that first submap, and as we go towards Ruins, I am so excited. Look at this Widow duel. Onigod versus Linkster. These two players are renowned for their Widowmaker play, and this is the perfect playground to display it.
Everyone loves the Ruins, Widowmaker, long battle. I mean, there's chances for picks right here out of the gate. They're gonna set up on that high ground and, well, we'll just enjoy the duel as it unfolds before us all.
Yeah, hopefully he's been playing a lot of aim labs, trying to get that grind going. I'm not exactly sure how often you get to play Widowmaker at the pro level these days, but it's a treat to watch it solo queuing on stream, so they're gonna be ready to go.
Okay, I like that Team JKRU just waiting here for a moment for the right opportunity to strike, as Ace of Spades has taken a bit more of an aggressive stance on the point itself. This engagement on this bridge area, though, still shooting along these long tunnels. No big picks coming through yet, but as I say that, of course, Provide goes ahead and lands the melee onto Linkster, paying for it with his life. The teams are evened up, point capped in favor of Ace of Spades once again, but we'll see how long it lasts. They are continuing to lose player after player with 6 feet going down, but doesn't look like Team JKRU is, oh, there it is. Another kill, and the stick, nasty. Ace of Spades gonna hold.
Very nice. Very nice coming in from the DPS there of Ace of Spades closing it out. It looked a little rough there at the beginning. The hook comes through for Loud Engine and almost takes out the Brigitte. Speaking of Brigitte, that's a nanoed one. You have to run away if you are in the sight lines here.
Man, Ace of Spades, I couldn't see it exactly, but it looked like he literally had just 1 bar of health for probably the last 5 seconds before getting healed up. Just that little bit still. More love needs to be sent his way. But Ace of Spades, look at this. They're doing a great job of holding the point, and Team JKRU hasn't even gotten a chance to touch and recontest yet. But, oh, Onigod won that duel. But Amentus, if you win the duel and pay for it with your life, I'm not sure it's entirely worth it.
Yeah, I don't think you really win anything in those scenarios. JKRU has to pop this primal here to try to salvage what's left of this fight, and it's not going to do anything into this rally of 6 feet. He does win out that Tracer duel against Derek, though, and eventually JK gets the Zenyatta to the ledge just before the Transcendence comes through. They just have to close this out by removing the supports to have a decent chance.
72% and counting for possession in favor of Ace of Spades. So even though they lost a few people, they have continued to remain in possession of the point, getting the important value, trying to tick it up just as long as high as they can, so they can get as close to last fight territory as possible.
Yeah, it's kind of a foregone conclusion here that, you know, once you get past around 85%, maybe a little bit higher than that to be safe, but all Ace of Spades' team has to do now is win that single fight. And if we're looking at both of these compositions, Linkster has been unlocked here, and immediately I give him the opposite of the caster curse. He gets the headshot.
Linkster has been unlocked. Maybe that's how we uncaster curse people. Trance is forced out, though, from the pressure of JK, and well, it's a good thing Jar Jar Dinks had that online, able to keep his team in this fight and stay alive. Unfortunately, though, there is a kill onto Ace of Spades in the background. These Tracers are duking it out on this side, trying to play a bit of tag and hide and seek combination. Oh, Lynx are getting pressured and pressured away from the high ground. Team JKR still has the point in their possession and is counting up, but Ace of Spades got that pick on to provide. They are up a man and it gives them a chance to move forward. Supports are swapped to Mintus. They still could have a chance to move on.
That is so unlucky, Linkster. No one has been watching the POV up until then, and then he just misses all the shot. I feel for you, man. I really do. Unfortunately for Ace of Spades' team, they have to reset on this fight. They're not getting the picks that they need. They're playing to the Widowmaker's strengths and protecting it, but it's just not resulting in any consistent kills yet. And all they need is one. They just need one more kill, but it's continuously getting stalled by the tanks of JKR's team, disrupting everything.
There it is, the pick on to provide, opening up the fight. That's what happened last time, but Ace of Spades could not quite capitalize on that opportunity. A nice ante coming through from Adara. Oh my gosh, they just... if they always hit at least 2 people with their grenade, and it is so devastating to have to give that much space. And a kill with it! Thank you!
I mean, what more could you ask for from the support play of Adara here? JKR's team, after having a rocky start here, they just go 100-0 back-to-back team fights over and over again. And that is a clean first map victory.
Oh, that's got to be tough for Ace of Spades, right? They had the ground initially, and they capped it first initially as well. Lost it and then couldn't quite retake it once Team JKRU had just fortified up and established themselves on the point.
And looking at that play of the game, that was hilarious, by the way, just high nooning in their spawn. At that point, it's definitely kind of screw you, check this out, I'm dominating you kind of play.
Right.
We did come into this maybe expecting it to be competitive, and by all means, it was. But I think Team JKR so far, they haven't really cracked under the pressure that Ace of Spades has provided. And when you think about the context of what that means in a best of 3, if your first punch misses, you only get really one more shot before Team JKR has a chance to respond, whether they lose that map and then pick the next one. Regardless, I think Ace of Spades had that best look when they played to their own strengths by putting Linkster on that Widowmaker. So we have to see them kind of do that across the entire roster to have a chance in this map.
Yeah, and with Escort being our next map, it looks like Team Ace of Spades has picked Havana as their choice. So, totally playing straight into that Widowmaker angle you were mentioning and the strength that we saw coming through from that as Linkster was in that backline, putting in the just constant damage and threat of being the damage and being one shot, right? That's always, you have to be careful anytime that's on the board.
Unfortunately here, initially, this seems like a great choice, right? Linkster gets to play Widowmaker. We could even get Derek in on Hanzo, a hero that he's very comfortable with. But that's really only going to work till first ends, right? You have a lot of space to work with, but second is a lot more tight, coordinated play. There's a lot of corners you can play behind. Widowmaker is a little bit difficult to make work there. And then once you get to third, you're going to have a very good time, right? It gets super wide open and those angles are almost impossible to hide from. So the goal for Team Ace of Spades here needs to be having a plan for second point, because it kind of is a foregone conclusion. You're going to do well on first if Linkster starts to pop off. Once you get to second, you need to have something to come through.
That's a lot of pressure on Linkster's shoulders as well.
Oh, yes.
Granted, Linkster knows pressure, okay? We're all familiar that he has been in the scene and has had, even higher levels of pressure than this. But when your team composition or strategy does revolve around your DPS being on point, that's a lot of people expected to, essentially always hit their shots or be hitting their shots. And, when your all-star top scoring player is off on their game, you're going to have to adjust your play style. So, I worry about that a little bit for Ace of Spades, but we've also seen Linkster rise up to the occasion and easily handle this pressure. So the cards are in the air for me as far as what we could see come through flip-wise from Ace of Spades.
Cards, Ace of Spades. I see what you did there. Linkster here, again, we saw briefly, when the strategy was relying on the Widow, the coin hit tails, right? They didn't get the result that they wanted, and trying to do it again here, we just kind of have to wait and see. And Team Jakaro over on the other side, they're probably not going to opt in, especially on defense here, because there's a decent chance that Team Ace of Spades just says, hey, we don't care about that strategy anymore. We're not going to go for snipers. We're just going to play Brawl. So I like this option from them, especially keeping Loud Engine 49 in on that Roadhog. So it's really going to be, at least on this first fight, about how JKR adapts to the team comp that Ace of Spades comes out of the gates with.
And looks like we got a little correction. It is Jakaru, and we are, we're working on it here, folks. No worries. Boys are opening up and Provide going ahead for the roof grind. We should call that the roof grind, right? Like from skateboarding.
Yeah, like Tony Hawk type stuff.
Yeah.
Like a couple 20,000 points from that one. On another note, though, Derek has actually swapped over to Widowmaker instead of Linkser, and he gets the opening kill this time. So when you go for this kind of spawn hold and you're expecting the enemy team to come out on Brawl and you lose somebody, good luck.
Oh, yeah. And Ace of Spades already getting the 2 picks early out. Gonna be really happy, able to roll this point forward.
Interesting choice from Elva as well to lock in the D.Va here. And, I would typically expect a Sigma to run this kind of double shield composition, but the D.Va gives you that little bit of extra flexibility to deal with an aerial threat like a Pharah. You just throw out the Matrix, fly towards it, and since there is no mercy on the side of Team Jakaru, you have an easy time. Links are getting pressured out early here by Jakaru on the Wrecking Ball. He gets discorded, forced out immediately, and now that Elva's back in his mech, Ace of Spades can finally start moving forward.
I would be so nervous playing a Pharah into this composition. I think that it takes a lot of skill to be able to play around the angles and get the value you're going to need, especially when you're going up against someone like Linkser and, well, both of them are playing double snipers, and that is, it's a lot easier for a Widow some days to aim at that Pharah.
What's happening back here? Is that a Baptiste flanking? Just chilling by himself? Throws out the lamp, manages to survive, and Ace of Spades, they don't even care. They're just ignoring him. Eventually, they're gonna have to deal with it. There you go. How does he get out of that? That should not be allowed.
Wow. Yeah, no, that needed to be punished for sure, especially if they wanted to try and actually push this point more. You can tell they're having a good time here on the streamer Showdown, eh?
Yeah, just send your Baptiste into the backline. It's fine. Looks like Tunki gonna open up this next fight, though. Snipers be damned. He's gonna throw some orbs in your face. That's what you gotta worry about this time. The Baptiste, by the way, still on the flank, drops the window for himself this time, and now that threat is even greater. And to touch briefly on what we talked about in between maps, Ace of Spades coming into this wanted to put...
Oh, sorry.
Okay, the barrage. We have to watch out for the barrage. There it is. It comes through. But Derek on the Widowmaker, I'm not really seeing a lot of headshots, unfortunately, and it's kind of shooting Ace of Spades' team in the foot.
It's definitely not as much value as they need. And oh man, wow, these Widows are popping off and whole hogging in the corner. Jeez, this is rough for Elva on the side.
Yeah, to say the least, especially when the Wrecking Ball player of the enemy team just emotes in your spawn and you're still stuck in there. Team Jakaru are having a great time, having fun with it, and even though there's a unpocketed Pharah in the skies constantly that is getting dealt with effectively, there's just so many fires to put out here for Ace of Spades. They're really not getting the chance, but at the very least, Jakaru's having some fun.
That is absolutely true, and Jar Jar Dinks goes ahead, uses that trance to keep them alive, and Ant Matrix popped in the back as well. D.Va Bomb does manage to find Adara in the thick of this mess, and, well, more kills flooding through in favor of Team Ace of Spades. Seems like Jakaru was maybe a little lackadaisical in their defense at the end, and with 20 seconds left, game has turned on a dime.
Well, this is the big brain play, though. They just let them think they're gonna win so that they burn all their ults and then come back into the next fight with a much better chance. I mean, look at everybody on Ace of Spades just had to press Q except for Linkser, and he's gone, so there's no more ults left.
Oh man, that's tough. Already opening up the fight. OT bar triggered, and, well, Provide taking down 6 feet, sending him 6 feet under. That's it. No one on the point, and round 1 completed before a first point checkpoint cap.
And we talked about, having a plan for second. Maybe the problem was not having a plan for first. There was a couple of
That's
moments
cute.
there where, looking at Team Jakaru's composition when they were going for that spawn camp, clearly they were tooled to try to deal with something brawly, right? You had a lot. The Pharah was that contingency plan in case if they went towards brawl, because it's just so much spam damage as they're rotating around. And even though Ace of Spades, their comp technically should counter them and have a much easier time with it, it just felt like every single lead that they got was almost instantly equalized in some capacity. Every single rotation that they put themselves into, JKR had a good plan, and they just pressed Q every single time that they felt like they needed to, and it's a wash for them.
It was definitely, yeah. Their use of ultimates was, it seemed like they were a little bit more calm, also in all of the chaos. And even though they were doing, some more unorthodox plays in the back lines, they still managed to come through and hold defensively strong before the first checkpoint. So I gotta say, massive props for being able to split it up that way.
Yeah, especially when you consider that they got, upset in that winner's bracket. Again, it's a best of one. Things happen, but clearly they're unperturbed. They are relaxed and ready to go. And Waffles, you and I both know better than anybody how it feels when you're relaxed. You're just going at it and having an easy time with it. Derek, however, says, no, I'm going to just shoot you in the face instead. That's another one? Okay.
Oh, yeah. Wow. That is rough coming through for Ace of Spades, for Team Jakaru. And, well, with Derek going down, that's a lot of pressure off the main sightlines gone. The Sombra is providing a lot of, harassment here onto Ace of Spades as they continue to defend. A couple manual hacks, but still so much chaos right by this Gate of Mintus.
Looks like eventually Ace of Spades' spawn camp gambit will end. Nice couple picks coming through. Dealing with that Widowmaker in particular was key to getting out of the door. And eventually, you can't keep that Widow alive for too long, right? It's kind of this glass cannon strategy. Eventually, JKR's team will get control here, but they are not pushing the cart. There you go. Okay, we're back on track. That's a minute gone though, so Team Ace of Spades coming into these next couple of fights, they should actually have a decent chance of winning this map, but this is not over just yet.
Agreed. It's this, if you're gonna do the close hold, you all have to die together, and you all have to come back in time to defend this first checkpoint, which, as you've seen, has already unfolded. Unfortunately though, with a 3-man EMP coming through from Oni God, it is so tough for Ace of Spades to continue to hold any defensive line.
Yep, and when you don't have any defensives, you die. That is how this game works. And oh my gosh, Provide. And we should mention this too. Provide is, typically a support player, and he is playing DPS in this tournament as a sort of pseudo handicap. Clearly, it is not working because he's just destroying them. I mean, look at this barrage squad. That is ridiculous.
Cool. And he's been nanoed on top of it. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, Ace of Spades. That was not a fun experience for you.
To say the
Ouchie
least.
There.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like so far, yeah, they're gonna go ahead, roll the point onto onto the victory box with Havana. Havana. Oh my goodness.
There we go.
Havana going over to Team Jakaru.
They are going to come out ahead in this losers.
Sharpshooter for the Zen.
Yeah.
Let's go.
This is always a treat to watch for me personally. Like, you don't get to see too many Zenyatta play the games where they're actually working people, and that was a nice one too. Taking the ego duel against the Widowmaker. When I do that in ranked, I just die. So
yeah.
That's why he gets paid the big bucks, right? I'm hard stuck 4K.
At least you're up there in 4K, dude. Up there 4K and at 4.6. So
Well, being washed is an interesting experience as an Overwatch player. You're like, wow, I used to be so good and I want to play the game again, and now I have a job, so I can't do it. But anyways,
that's part of growing up. It's everybody when they move on. I'm curious to see if we're going to see more shenanigans coming through from Team Jakaru, or if, we'll be, if Ace of Spades will, have a bit of a rally and try to make a comeback in this series. I know not everyone's taking it as seriously, but man,
I'm sorry to cut you off. The series is over. JKR won. It was the best of 3. And you know what? That's totally okay because I'm sure Ace of Spades wishes that they had that chance, and maybe in a different universe they do.
Yeah,
But unfortunately, it is
totally read
already
that as
over.
I
It's
obviously
okay.
I may have read it wrong on my paper. Thank you. Yeah.
And then, going into the rest of this lower bracket run here, I think JKR's team, they proved that, yes, I think that first round loss was a fluke, and they're looking to make a dominant run back. So we're going to throw it to a quick break, and don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with the next game.
money work.
Listen, man. Caffeine dub. I'm so lonely. The wife left me. She took the kids too. I made one too many Among Us joke. I'm just a miserable band kid that plays Lucio. Like Chase, the streamer Showdown guy. No wonder I got fat-kitted and was the only one of the Best Buds members not to get picked for the streamer tournament. On top of that, I'm so hungry! So extremely hungry! I wish things could just go back to normal!
Hey, pathetic loser. I bet you wish you could be cool and famous like me.
You're my hero! I wish I could be just like you, Caffeine!
Well, what if I told you there's a perfectly simple solution to all of your problems?
Absurd!
All you need is delicious as well as nutritious pack of white ramen to be rich and famous, as well as good with the ladies, such as myself.
Preposterous!
Just try it.
Okay.
Oh my god, did someone say Vite Ramen?
Wow! An obsequious kitten just for me? You really are my best bud after all.
So the Overwatch community, it's really just given me a chance to turn my passion into my profession. I get to work in video games for a living every day, which is insane. And just in general, the friendships you make here in this community, you know, like the ones I've made here are gonna last me the rest of my life. So I owe Overwatch quite a bit.
For me, I think it's just being able to meet so many wonderful people. I've met so many lifelong friends just from Overwatch in general, and being able to provide opportunities for console, which doesn't typically get as many, has really been a wonderful experience for me.
My time at Overwatch has allowed me to find a place to express my content and ideas and find people that support me in that and enjoy what I do.
The Overwatch community has given me lifelong friends as well as sort of taught me what I want to do with the rest of my life.
The Overwatch community really helped me realize who I was as a person and what it takes to become a good leader in a professional environment.
The Overwatch community has positively impacted me because it's helped me find my purpose in life. I've met some of my closest friends through the community, and I've never felt more welcomed by so many amazing people before.
The Overwatch community has some of the most talented and passionate people that I've ever had the pleasure to work with.
Simply put, the people here have welcomed me and allowed me to feel so much more confident in every aspect of myself, and I definitely wasn't beforehand. I hope to do the same for them.
Growing up, I've always wanted to be an actor, some entertainer, and Overwatch has given me the platform to make people smile, and I've met some really cool and close friends, so that's what Overwatch has done for me.
For me at least, is being able to socialize with a ton of people who have the same passion for the game that I do, alongside helping those very same people improve at the game as well.
The Overwatch League became more than just an esports to watch. It became an opportunity to not only make long-lasting friends, but it also gave me the chance to be more creative, which would then help me get involved in discussions and to interact with the community in a fun, imaginative way. And man, I never knew that what I would create would become so impactful. And from the looks of it, this is just the beginning.
The OW community gave me something to feel passionate about. Spending time in Path to Pro, I made a lot of close friends and important memories. Seeing people give their full effort and grow was truly fun to watch.
Oh wow, we messed it up already. Whoa, Streamer Showdown halftime show. We have all of these amazing one tricks, but a few people didn't show up, so obviously the roster's a little different. But yeah, so we're gonna see how this goes. We have some awesome players in here. All of them are competing in Streamer Showdown. I think the only people that are in here that weren't shown in the graphic that was posted on Twitter is Sumito and Pascal.
Oh, do you play Pharah?
I don't know. It's been a while.
Directions. You don't.
Yo, let's go, Sam. Where you at?
How far is so fun?
Getting burnt?
Nah, Pharah's not.
What the fuck are we
really
doing?
fun.
Nah, dude, please. Got snuck up on, man.
Before, and we see really
Oh.
the deviation in their SR between just those two varieties.
Yeah, Narwhal just killed a Pharah mid-air and just killed two more. Dang, Narwhal is going off. He's in third now, but Get Quaked On, out of all people, is in first. But, you know, neither Narwhal nor Get Quaked On plays Zen, but Get Quaked On gets off of it first.
Narwhal takes
Finally
the lead
taking
by
the
one
lead.
kill.
Really close. And remember, for those who don't know, this on the line, there's $100 to charity for the winning player of this.
What the yeah, I'm 0-10 for Pharah, I think.
Dude, I shoot somebody and then somebody steals my kill and I turn around and die.
Nah, dude, that wasn't fair, man. You got the health back.
Ah, shit.
Really?
Thank God.
Oh, he's got double dashed.
Aww.
Goodness. Dumbass
Who's shooting at me?
Bastion is a really hard hero to get through with. Like, Cal manages to do it and get into the Moira normal. May still catch up though. Still in second place, not exactly dropping as hard as Get Quaked On did.
Cal is on Widow. Cal, pretty much like a Lucio one trick. Now it's trying to see if he can get anything done on Widow. He's able to take Beaver out. See if he can get more done. He's not quite able to take Mitcher down. Oh, he gets it though.
Oh my.
Just
Edgy
simply
with that.
outplayed. This is not looking too well. Oh my goodness. On the bottom.
Nah, dude, someone fired or me, dude. Someone snuck up, dude. They don't have footsteps.
No. Dude, I'm on the free kill hero.
Wait, that's
Nah,
chaos.
that isn't fair, dude.
Mattress.
He's on the
just
Junkrat,
don't
dude. That's
know.
terrifying.
I don't even know what the button for the mine is, dude.
Max got hit with 4 damage orbs at once.
Yo, look for Cal. Look for the Mercy.
Yeah, for real.
He is struggled to get off of the Mercy. Sumito, very far behind for being in second place, only at 13 kills, just got off the Widowmaker.
Yeah, Cal is way ahead at this point. He's not quite able to find any kills as
11.
Oh my.
Nah, someone's focusing me, dude. Someone's focusing me.
Yo, who wants to die to tire?
I'm good.
Oh, you okay? Kill the torp. Kill the torp.
Go.
Oh my
Metro
god.
beats 3 with a tire.
Oh my god.
Not all of those count for points though. He only needs 1 kill to get off the hero, so it only counts for 1 point. Cal trying to. Ooh.
I'm stuck Widow for 10 minutes, man.
It's your doom. No.
What? Kill Samito! Don't let him win.
No!
That's my kill. Popular.
You had fade.
Already.
No.
Oh. Dude, I know this is not about to happen to me. Oh, okay.
It's happening.
Like,
you're kidding. Come here,
Parator.
Come here. It's serious. I need it. It's for charity.
Yeah, fun.
Keeping me back from charity, brother. Come on.
Oh, this is kind of a close one here. Samito might get taken down. No!
Is going to be able to get the kill and get onto the Torbjorn. Samito.
Samito could take it right here. It's just whoever gets the first hammer kill between Samito and Cal.
Come on, Mercy.
who just did that?
God. No.
No.
No. I'm throwing.
Sneaking up.
No way. Who died?
Is it clinic? Listen. Moira is too weak.
Nah.
Yeah, I agree.
You just didn't use the orb right.
True. Who died to me?
Alright,
Who
we're
was
gonna
that?
give you 2. That was quick.
Well, I'm not last. That's okay.
Who died to me there?
Wait, who came in last? Silvok, come on.
Alright,
Come
I
on,
gotta
me?
take the assist.
No. I was gonna say, I think I got the most assists in the whole fucking.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Yeah, somebody just
Sneak
killed
attack.
me.
Oh
my god.
Kill stealing I.
Thing to just secure individual kills. It's kind of all about cleanup at the very beginning because everyone does a lot of damage. You only start.
Only legs kind of popping. Jesus.
Nah, dude, the heal
Oh,
pad.
shooting me in the back, dude.
Broken.
Kill Samito, he's won.
I tried.
Fucking hell.
Nah,
Fucking
dude, not fair.
call us an FFA, I'm done.
Who just did that?
That was a good one.
Oh my goodness.
Why is everyone shooting the Flora? Just ignore me.
Oh, and takes him down. Oh, but he doesn't get the kill. Metro dies.
Secure the kill.
Oh no, that is going to be detrimental for his time. Samito securing second with 8 kills. He's still in the May, going against Aquamarine on Genji right now. Can he secure it? He still has Cryo. He's barely not able to freeze Aquamarine.
Barely not be able to freeze.
Oh, he got it though.
Aquamarine is still low, and he manages to get the kill. And now he.
Why is there a Bastion?
I'm done with Farah, thank God.
I think I just missed 5
Get me off
orbs.
May, please. Please!
I haven't heard Samito talking
I'm not
about it.
interested.
Yeah, no, he hasn't been.
Man,
He's
this
trying
laser
not to
dead,
hard.
dude. He's
This guy, you can hear this
That's what
fucking
they
dripping
think,
down.
man.
Veins popping through his forehead and everything. He's on a rhyme.
Okay, Samito. Oh, finds the Bastion. He's making the Bastion waste the ammo before he goes for the kill. He gets it. Oh, but can he?
Care for
I'm
Samito, care for the Mercy, boys.
Care for the Torb. The Torb is coming
Care
up.
for the Mercy, care for the Mercy. We're gonna make this like a 1-hour game.
Nah, do not let Sam win. Do not let Sam win.
He's on hammer. Care for the hammer. Care for the
Where is he?
torp.
Where is he?
I don't know.
I'm scared.
No,
I'm low
scout
health
him.
and I'm scared.
Scout for him. He's hiding somewhere. He's hiding.
He's mega. He's
Nah,
up
dude,
there.
he's gonna
Which
come
mega?
out.
Mega?
The
Which mega?
opportunity's right, dude.
What mega?
Yeah, he's hiding somewhere. Samito's hiding.
Yeah, no, he's hiding.
He's hammering someone.
Oh,
Shit.
You guys are so bad. You can't even damage each other.
no one do any damage. He cannot kill us if we win. No one's damaged.
Meta Widow?
Bruce until we get back.
Really?
I need this skill.
Oh, no. Kill him, Metro.
You can't steal. Let's go,
That is it. What a close one, man.
You're on Bastion.
Just
and
heal
you're
yourself.
Moira.
Nah,
Enemy
dude,
Moira
that
is
doesn't
trying to
make
heal you,
sense.
bro.
Metro, I literally stopped shooting
I
you.
was trying to heal him.
Stop feeling. You got me to 1, man.
No, I stopped shooting you.
Yeah, but you got me to 1.
Nah. You know, Metro, thank you for throwing for charity.
Metro, I'll donate you.
It's truly, dude, selfless.
So
All right, we are here with our winners, Samito and Cal. They took the cake on Hollywood and on Blizzard World. So how did you guys, did you come in with any sort of strategy, or did you just kind of wing it and do whatever you could?
Well, I mean, I think we both kind of won on the same terms. We just waited for Metro to come out, and we knew wherever he was, there'd be a free kill.
I kind of like woke up and was like, yeah, I'm probably gonna win. Metro kind of just AFK'd, and he kind of just watched me kill him.
Towards the end of every round, you had to deal with trying to get a hammer kill on Torbjorn. Was there any strategy to actually trying to secure that kill, or was it just running at whoever you could find and hoping they died?
I pretty much kept my eyes open for an METRO. When I saw Metro, I knew it was over. I was taking the cake home the minute I saw my Moira.
It's kind of guerrilla warfare. You gotta wait for people to be fighting. You gotta jump them. And again, I turned the corner. Everyone was calming, and I saw a good old METRO on Bastion with a dueling Moira, and I waited for the damage order to be thrown. Then I ran in there, and the Moira stopped attacking to let him kill me, and he just sat there in Self-Healed instead of shooting me once on Bastion when I was hammering him toward me. So that was the plan.
All right, well, good to know. So then I will ask real quick, since Cal is our first winner, what charity are you going to be giving your $100 prize to?
I've been through a little bit, and I know what like people are going through, like because of like all of the cancer stuff going on in my life, and I've decided the BC Cancer Foundation.
Then Sam, what charity are you going to be donating your prize money to?
I'm going to be giving it to a charity that I do a lot of charity streams for, Pank One, the fight against pancreatic cancer. They're always great, and it's a really good cause, so yeah.
All right, great. Thank you guys so much for competing. I really appreciate it. Hopefully this can go towards a good cause, and we can make a difference in this world.
Hi, folks, and welcome back to the Chase Streamer Showdown 2. I am Waffles for Sid, joined with Amentus, and we will be continuing to bring you another Overwatch match today. Amentus, we are about to see Team Zebra go up against Backstab Bud in our round 3 losers bracket. What's on your mind going into it?
A whole lot of things. I just got done watching on Aquamarine's stream. He was streaming that entire match, and it was a nail biter down to the very end. They ended up going 5-5 on King's Row, and Team Zebra barely managed to win it in overtime. So there might be a little bit of fatigue on the enemy side here. If your team Backstab Bud, maybe something worth exploiting, trying to get into this next game as quickly as possible. Nonetheless, we're in for the long haul here. This is going to be a best of 5, and it's going to take a while. So Team Zebra's got to, manage their resources efficiently if they want to go.
Absolutely, and let's take a look at these teams.
My thought process was to get 6 people, and that was a little bit of a challenge, but I made it work a day before the deadline. I made a team that we could all have fun together. That was a big part of it for me.
We're kind of like one of the worst teams, so probably everyone. But something we do have is we have 2 second place HSCL players. We are ready to win this.
I think my team is actually pretty good. As long as we beat the other 2 Doom streamers, Get Quake, Dawn, and Zebra, that's all I really care about, and I think we can do that.
I would say watch out, because we're about doomed to like half these teams.
team who could run rush comp and have fun and pull out some crazy strats.
Get quick onto there, so like you have to doom gap him.
Yeah, for sure.
You gotta doom gap backstab, bud. Yeah. Basically any doom player we want to beat. Oh God, why are you doing this to us?
We're the best.
Oh, for sure, man. End of my suffering.
This is a lot simpler with everyone else.
Folks, welcome back, of course, and we're about to jump into our streamer showdown match. Of course, you know, we could not have all of this wonderful gameplay brought to you without production and all the work coming from them, and of course, our sponsor, Vite Ramen. Amintus, you and I have actually both had Vite Ramen and, you know, gotten a chance to give a little munch on it ourselves.
I actually have, and I won it through a tournament that was also sponsored by Vite Ramen. So shout out to them for really, doing a lot of the legwork for sponsoring and keeping this Overwatch professional scene alive below the Overwatch League level. So huge shout out to them, and shout out to the code. Use Showdown at checkout for 10% off if you're shopping at Vite Ramen.
Yeah, and you know, we're actually also offering a package that you can win, and it comes with multiple flavors of Vite Ramen. It comes with a pair of chopsticks and a ramen spoon with the little hook on the end, which, folks, underrated ramen spoon feature. Nobody likes your ramen spoon falling into the soup and then fishing it out. Never fun there. Make sure you go check it out at reflash.gg/Vite Ramen. But of course, now let's get into the nitty gritty of our upcoming map. We are going to be starting off in control, consistent with what we've seen for all of our other rounds, and it'll be at Nepal this time, Amintus. So, what do you think we're going to see on that map, or is it going to matter with some of the players we have?
Well, that's a good question, because coming into this, I think both of these teams are on an even footing in one department. They both have the Doomfist one trick, either
Right.
Zebra or Backstab, but on the other side. You're going to be seeing a lot of that character. And regardless of where we go, I think it's really going to be testing the knowledge of both of these players, specifically with regards to each map. Like, where is the best spot for Doomfist? How can I hide? How can I take advantage of the tempo and getting on a flank angle? Where's that best spot going to be? It's going to be a battle of the brains more than anything between these two Doomfist players.
I totally agree with you there. I think there's going to be some good 1v1 dueling in action potentially coming through, or it's also going to be about who is bringing more value on that Doomfist pick, right? Yeah, it's cool if we saw it in our last match, right? People winning their 1v1s and then dying right after, which winning is maybe there at that point.
Yeah, it's a bit subjective, but as long as you're trading when you have the advantage, right? You have like the point control, you have map control, you're moving around everybody else, then you're going to take those trades every day of the week, right? And so it'll be interesting to see how those teams use the advantages that they build. And because we have such limited time on the control game type, there's only ever 3 or 4 fights in some of these cases, so you really have to make every fight count. And I think both of these teams understand that. They've gotten to this point, right? Like, they've had to struggle through some adverse situations to get to this point, and now they've been proved. They've been forged in that fire, and they're ready to show it off.
Ooh, Forged in the Fire, one of the best shows that I also enjoy as a sidebar. It will kill, and we will have to see who will be killing each other in the next round.
Okay, I'll give you credit for that one. Like a C.
Thank you, Doug.
Yeah, so far, both of these teams loading in here. I don't really expect to see too much craziness in terms of composition, but obviously, I think both of these teams are very well aware of who each other are. They both know that, okay, we have the Doomfist guy, and so do you. Maybe we'll see a bit of wackiness compositionally speaking, too. I think Metro, as a streamer, I typically see him playing Soldier, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him playing that predominantly as well. But don't be surprised when we end up seeing some meta, because this is a best of 5, right? Like, you're probably going to pull out the best strategy.
And, you know, looks like Team Backstab Bud gave us a little bit of a favor and removed one of their players' names with Backstab, replacing it with Hammer instead. So only 2 Backstab Buds on Team Backstab Bud currently. It is going to be Bastion main, though, taken out early in this fight. Narwhal got so aggressive and bloodthirsty. Team Backstab Bud moving around, trying to find the next point of engagement, but so far no one's really in sight. They've gone all the way around, and oh, the dueling win onto Zebra is going to be rough, with BSB taking the point first.
Metro has to hold down the fort, go back and capture that objective. Meanwhile, everybody else on BSB is holding the front line down, and it's very difficult for teams to walk through these open doors. The Bastion, without a Baptiste, you don't really have terrain control. So BSB are doing a good job corralling them and keeping them.
And I mean, it's going to be so tough for Zebra to make it out of this choke, right? We've seen it happen where they can't even make it through because the pressure is insurmountable. And the flux actually from Gavin opens up the door. It knocks down the door of Ventus. They have just taken out so many members of BSB. That is them taking the point for themselves.
It's really a race there. Right? You have the sound barrier from Narwhal at 90%, and Gavin is trying to get that gravitic flux as quickly as possible so that you can actually have a decent chance at winning the next engage. So Team Backstab, but they're going back to the drawing board. They have plenty of ults to work with this time around. Expect them to go directly towards this Bastion, but it's about if Zebra can make something happen on this rotation.
There's the Pfizer being popped by Metro here on the far side. There's going to be a lot of vision for him, but oh, there he does go down in the end. The dive is too much, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough value for them. A pin tries to come through from Hammer, but Backstab Bud getting all of the kills. Poor Zebra, just cornered there, swung away, and well, that's going to be a retake for Backstab.
Yeah, and they really don't have to do too much crazy stuff. They just press Q, and they go towards the Bastion, and he dies. And it's basically over. Team Zebra needs to have some kind of better plan once the Bastion gets targeted, because right now, Zebra on Doomfist is getting kind of dealt with very easily. He's got his ult online, so he's going to go very deep this time around. And with this tank configuration, that might be the key.
Bastion main needs to really carry this ultimate here if he's going to find the value he needs. Nope. Little lackluster there. Everyone heard him though. They gave space, went around behind cover and said, no, thank you. Oh man, Otter's just throwing orbs left and right. Took down Backstab Bud himself, and well, with that, another kill coming through. Team Zebra looking to retake this point. Maybe not. Narwhal's just got a huge boop off the edge. Could be a saving grace that allows them to stall out for just a little bit longer. As you can see, 80% and counting. They're going to want to stay on this point. We've seen it happen where they just want a little more percentage control.
Gavin tries to go for that gravitic flux, but everybody just gets out of the way, and Team BSB is coming back into this. They have not given up control yet with this window. Metro is looking to lay people down.
Oh, the boom! Taken off the edge right there by Strider. We saw that from his first point of view. That was unlucky for him, but Team Zebra is just going crazy here. They are trying to find all the kills they can. This desperation coming through from Backstab to try and hold it, but Zebra's taken the point. Still last fight territory potential for Backstab.
I mean, that was so clutch from Strider. That was basically the only thing that could have won that fight there for Team Backstab Bud. And, you know, Strider comes in and just immediately counters it. So, Team BSB, they have another chance to come back into this. They've got plenty of ultimates to do it. They've got, you know, a lot of time to work with as well. They can take this as long as they want. And look, they're trying to rotate around to take out Bastion main, but the flank goes undetected, and he gets 2 kills.
He gets 2 kills before he has to be shattered on the ground. So that way that, I mean, so he can just be taken out of the equation. They did not turn to look fast enough. And, you know, that's definitely one of the, I mean, potential deadlinesses of Bastion. But, oh, Otters, my friend, booped off the edge by Narwhal. And, I mean, that's maybe the 4th or 3rd or 4th boop coming in from Narwhal this map. Folks, you've got to be careful when he is on this Lucio. Metro throwing the visor across the way. Gonna be so much oncoming damage they need to protect. 99 to 99, and you gotta get on the point if you want to stay in this round here at Nepal. Bastion Main pops the ultimate. Gotta have some big damage if they're gonna get the value they need. He's looking a little bit lonely, but 2 more kills coming through. It's gonna be Zebra coming up big, trying to carry their team alone, and well, the captain coming up strong, getting the kills, and well, that is definitely the first round over to Zebra here on Nepal.
So clutch. Right when you need him to be, Zebra comes right through, gets all of those kills like you talked about. And yeah, Narwhal was getting a lot of boops there, and then the moment that Lucio is gone, it's you've lost all of your chances. You have no more bailouts left to deal with that Doomfist, and just comes in and cleans house. So now we're heading to a little bit of a change in terrain here. We're on Village now, and I do think that this is still very much a good Doomfist map, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them going back to that here again.
It is a bit of a Doomfist map, and you know, I would actually love to see how they're also rolling out a bit here in the openings. It's always beautiful to see them use those walls and the different buildings. We talked about it earlier, doing a bit of the roof grind, kind of Tony Hawk style with that Farah. But you know, it also helps them get to the point or to their preferred destination faster, and it's those little ins and outs of knowing the map and how to slide that really show their knowledge and grasp of this player. And well, they're specialists for a reason, and it is nasty to go up against a specialist in their department. A couple exchanges back and forth, but Bastion Main is actually the person coming up big, throwing lots of damage down. Doesn't seem like BSB was ready for the angle that he took, and well, as a result, it's Zebra gonna be capping first.
It was a very drawn out fight there, but overall, Team Backstab Bud comes in trying to expect this kind of rush mirror. And then Team Zebra says, no, we're just going to play to our own strengths once again. Strider comes back in on that Wrecking Ball, and it makes a world of a difference. I mean, you can see in that ult charge, he's already at 90% of these mines, and that's going to be very useful for deterring any push on the point. For the slam now.
Man, it is hectic over there for them. Backstab Bud is actually the one to be victorious in the Doomfist face-off. Now can they continue to capitalize and hold this point? We see the mines thrown down by Strider, and no one wants to run into mines. Backstab Bud has to wait that out a little bit. Metro throws the visor down though, and well, it doesn't matter if the mines are there because he is just tearing through with that auto fire all the way across the way. Gavin throws that flux in to try and stay in this fight for Team Zebra, but the point is already flipped over back to BSB, and Zebra's regrouping.
Without that flex, things are going to be very different in this next engage. There's really no big aggressive threats that Team Backstab Bud has to deal with besides the Bastion ults. But Hammer just also got a boop kill on Strider, so that happened, I guess. Team Zebra's just kind of chilling and fun, like, okay, well, we can't do anything now. So they're going to basically just give up more time here, which is really, really good for Team Backstab Bud. Now look at this flank. He just goes all the way around. That is a very dead Ana. Hands, but
oh, that's a very dead Backstab Bud. Holy cow! I totally thought he was going to crush that Ana, but obviously we are here to be corrected some days. A great tank form coming through from Bastion Main, and well, almost tried to kill off Lucio there. Couldn't quite finish him off. Still though, Team Backstab Bud is in possession of the point. I gotta look around, Bastion Main. Nothing there
no
for
words
you.
For that one. No words to describe that one there. I do love, you know, going through a lot of these games and just seeing how all the players interact with one another. There's really no stakes involved here outside of the money involved, but people just do very strange things. They just like to chill in the spawn doors or just sit in main and get killed. It's very entertaining to watch as a caster. It's a nice break from the regular pace of pro Overwatch, right?
Right. It's you know, we can enjoy ourselves a bit more here. Oh, Zebra pushing onto the point though. We are at 83%, so if they don't make their move soon, they gotta wait for their move now. Otters went down and so did Dreamba. It's still 10 seconds left, so they've gotta push. Oh, Narwhal's going, holy crap, Amintus. There are trades back and forth, but Zebra's gotta push on the point. They can't quite get there yet, and well, Backstab Bud gonna go ahead and even up this series in this map.
Very nice defensive hold from BSB. They're going to get a good setup around where they know Team Zebra's going to exit. They collapse. There's no trades that come back early on enough from Zebra's Doomfist, and now we're sitting at 1-1 here, and things are looking dead even so far. I really like the small adaptations that we're seeing. Something else to note, though. Team Zebra is running Zebra and Bastion, obviously.
Right.
Everybody could read in the top right. And I don't really think they're going to be swapping off of those heroes anytime soon. Backstab, but they have to figure out a good way to adapt here, because this is not a DPS lineup that you're ever going to face in other circumstances. How do you deal with a Bastion and a Doomfist? I'm thinking maybe spreading things out a little bit further so that you have a way to counteract that Bastion while also pushing away the Doomfist. But so far, they've tried to go towards Brawl, and I don't think it's really working too well for them now.
Well, I've also seen some really good synergy in the past from a Bastion and a Ball, where the Ball would ground pound and slam them down, and of course they're stuck suspended in the air and Bastion would mow them down, similar to how you see, you know, Widowmaker going for those more predictable headshots when people are stunned up in the air. But you know, with Bastion main going down early in this fight, obviously that's not the strat that's unfolded so far. A couple of exchanges though, so still don't want to call it too soon on this front. Zebra does not want to give this up, and I like that they continue to stall the point and prevent it from being fully captured during all this.
Yeah, they're able to sort of buy enough time to get a good recontest coming back in. Bastion main swaps over to the Tracer, but not enough to actually get anything done. So Backstab's team will eventually gain control, just sort of time burnt off the clock. Ult charge fed over to Team BSB as well.
I like that little roof grind so you can see how the enemy is approaching. Basically, that was just a nice scouting moment. And
did you see that punch? That was bizarre.
Oh no! Hammer didn't have his grapple hook in time and just rolled straight off the point. Gutter ball over there on that side, but looks like Zebra is going to capitalize it on it 100%. Ant Matrix, no problem, because Bastion main in the side is just going to mow you down either way.
That is the second time we've seen Wrecking Balls flying off the map so far this game. Might be interesting to get a good counter on that, and because I feel like Strider's definitely going to be playing a lot of ball throughout this best of 5. And again, so adaptations coming through here. Measure has gone back over to Soldier. This is going to set up a nice angle for the recontest here. You'll be able to effectively deal with the Bastion at range. But you still have to be worried about Zebra. He's approaching his ultimate. Meanwhile, everybody else on Zebra's team has ults too.
Jeez. Pushing into a team with ultimates is always difficult, and well, it's going to be about trying to bait those out a little sooner. There's already been a few thrown. You can see Flux here trying to find the target, couldn't quite grab onto him, but sound barriers and diva bombs thrown galore. There's a few exchanges back and forth between both teams, and that's tough because Team Zebra lost a couple of people who had their ultimates online. That could have been crucial for this fight.
It's not over yet. This fight is still definitely going. Metro just sprinting away for his life. Not gonna happen there. Zebra able to track him down, and again, that initial part of the fight, like he talked about, they baited out the ultimates coming in from Team Backstab. They flip it, and now they're coming right back in and just having an easy time with this next fight. So really nice baits there from Team Zebra.
Yeah. Well, they're just now flipping it too, right? So also Backstab had a good stall out there. That's part of Control, I think, that makes it a very different game style compared to the other maps. Having these long inting type of fights at the very end can be beneficial in some scenarios, which typically is not anywhere else. Zebra already down early though. That's been a lot of damage they depend on. Bastion main trying to get some more work done with this tank form. There it is, finding the kill, and one after another. That is going to put Backstab Bud back into spawn.
He's precise with it, and you can tell that he plays that hero a lot. You don't see a lot of air shots with Bastion ultimates, let alone Bastion ultimates ever, it feels like. Nonetheless, Team Zebra holding it down pretty solid so far. They need to get some defensives online, though, because Backstab Bud on the other side has 90% of that team. Or maybe not. They could just go in and engage. They could just kill everybody immediately. That was...
Yeah, wow, I mean, poor Backstab Bud. They just face tanked all that incoming damage from Team Zebra, and we're not ready at all. They got hit with a battering ram just now.
Yes, they did.
and they're 96%. Oh, is anyone gonna touch? Metro just got rocked, and well, the flux has come through. Hammer goes ahead and throws the minefields out in desperation, but I don't think that's gonna be enough. There's an IMO on the point. Can anyone even get in there to hang out and utilize it? OT bar is still being activated. Great job coming through from Speed Sport, trying to stay in this fight. But this is it here. Last round of Nepal, and it is gonna be Team Zebra taking the dub.
With one map under their belt, Team Zebra will be able to get the ball rolling in this best of 5, trying to keep going in this loser group.
Yeah, let's take a look at this play right here. A nice flux coming through. This was the one actually that opened up the door for Zebra to punch through essentially the chokehold that was being put on them from Backstab Bud in that spawn area. Got to break through, and I don't know if you saw that there, but it was all Team Zebra for the cards on the board. So obviously they had a very strong performance according to the game. Always questionable, some of those play of the games that we see. But all in all, you know, they were very good, and it was a 1-1 Amintus. So it was, they're here to play. They're bringing some competitive levels.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of what we expected coming in here. Both of these teams kind of employing a lot of the same strategies, and obviously there's a little bit of a skew in some areas with Bastion Main being Bastion Main. But overall, Team Zebra definitely had a lot of different plans, and all of them worked. You set up your Bastion on the high ground, you have flanks coming in from Zebra whenever he's alive and not getting killed instantly, but everybody on Team Zebra has their own play style, and when it meshes together, it's kind of a beautiful thing to watch. So interesting to see them getting that first dub, and hopefully they can continue that momentum throughout the rest of the series.
I agree with you there. And, you know, it's going to be really interesting to see if they are able to handle some of the personal elements that these Doomfist mains are bringing, right? Everyone has a certain level of aggressiveness or passiveness that they use, and calibrating to that can sometimes mean the difference between winning or losing your 1v1s. Knowing they like to try and take the first shot or a more aggressive angle and playing off of that, letting them essentially play into your trap. Or, well, sometimes a brute strength, charging straight in, head first is the answer. And obviously, Zebra had a lot of success with that, especially in those small rooms. Ouch.
Yes, it's really about having more than just one plan as well. Because yes, Zebra's gonna go in. You should expect that at this point. Your Doomfist, he likes to go deep, and that's totally fine. But that's not the only threat that Team Zebra have indexed in their,
Right.
in their deck. They've got a lot of other options, and particularly their tank lineup has been something that has kind of flown under the radar for a lot of people because look at the other names, right? You've got the other streamers, but Gavin and Strider have
Right.
been doing so much work in these team fights with their ultimates. So props to them, and I'm looking to those two players in particular as we go towards the next map of Junkertown, and I want to see what they're going to pull out next because this is not really a map where Ball Sigma is that playable early on, I'd say.
Yeah, and I wonder how they're going to be able to continue to support their other teammates as well after being pushed into Junkertown, of course, right? It was Backstab Bud's choice of Junkertown. So at the same time, I'm wondering if they have kind of an agenda on their or in their pocket, right? If they have a plan aggressively of how they want to approach this, and we'll bring the heat.
Yeah, I looking at their roster, this is definitely a much wider map than the previous one. And
That's
if you're trying
true.
to go towards that kind of strategy, expect to see some snipers, expect to see some flanks coming through. But
Yeah.
overall, definitely just watch out for Metro because on Soldier, you have plenty of time to sort of work your way around and get to a good spot, similar to how you would on Doomfist if you got that kind of advantage. But Metro needs to be on point here. If he's not able to get in a good position consistently and Team Zebra is able to deal with that, Backstab Bud's team is going to run out of threats. They're probably going to go towards Brawl, something that sticks together, something that pushes as one. And so Metro and Backstab Bud are kind of those catalysts for change in a lot of these team fights. And if they're not landing, then they're running out of options.
And, you know, of course, that's a lot of pressure on the DPS themselves. Although Backstab Bud is technically the team captain. So I'm going to say you deserve that pressure, captain over there. But I think you're absolutely right with Metro being someone to keep your eye on. He does very well on Soldier, and with the first checkpoint of this map being so vastly open, and we've seen how deadly it can be when DPS players like that Ashe, like that Soldier, like that Widowmaker are taking those far off angles way over by the abandoned cars or by the water tower, and their team has given them all the space to free fire into the enemy, and that's hard to battle.
Definitely. So it looks like Team Zebra is actually going to continue playing this stick ball strategy, which is totally valid, right? Like, this is still definitely playable, especially when you consider the fact that you're going to need something mobile but also defensive to protect this Bastion on his way around Junkertown. Got to get to a good spot first before you can set up. And Hammer is trying to disrupt that rotation with his Roadhog, looking for hooks. Speed Sport will be able to go for those halts as well. And Backstab Bud is actually on Hanzo rather than Doomfist, so lots of good spam trying to push away that Bastion.
Gavin's shield is going to be shredded so fast too. With Backstab Bud on the Hanzo, the Storm Arrows will take it out in a flash. Speed Sport did fall a little bit low, but no worries, resources are there. Unfortunately, they're not there for Narwhal. He gets taken out in the back by Zebra himself, and well, so far it is Team Zebra pushing this payload, and well, Backstab Bud needs to regroup a bit. They're trying to hold here on the side, and looks like there's been enough of a stall for them to have their supports come back, but Amentis, Strider's gone down, and that could be tough for Zebra to push.
It absolutely is, but Metro, the carry so far, look at that ult charge, he goes down, I think through his own Helix rocket. Nonetheless, ESB and everybody else, they're trying to pull that wave back and carry it forward, but Zebra has other ideas, comes in, takes out the Baptiste, and now the SB are left reeling without any heals.
Oh, reeling indeed. Poor Backstab Bud getting dove on again by Zebra. And it's always tough being attacked by the Doomfist, right? You get slammed in the next, or you get punched in the next week and then slammed in the air. Gotta make sure you figure out exactly where that attack is coming from. Metro here, though, just free firing a bit from the high ground until Strider goes ahead, gives him a punch in the face to take him out. And that is Team Zebra coming up big in the kill feed to go ahead and take the first checkpoint. Did the Ant Matrix get committed?
Oh, it looks like it did, but they're going for a swap.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, oh, I might want that back. But nonetheless, I think Backstab Bud are kind of also trying to figure out what they want to do as well. They don't really know just yet. They're going back and forth between going with like a more static back line with that Bap Zen, but now they've got Brig, a little bit more mobility and survivability. It's helping deal with Strider. It's not the best option for Coke, but it's doing a great job at dealing with these flankers.
Oh, I love that aggression coming out from Backstab Bud just now on that Hanzo. He saw that Zebra was going for that in-your-face meteor strike and decided, yeah, I have no issue taking a bit of that damage on the edge, and just Storm Arrowed straight up to the center of him. Oh, Bastion main, obviously Bastion main is familiar with that type of issue as well. You're stuck being still, and you get hit by a Hanzo. Chance committed here by Otters though, and Backstab Bud finally punched into next week. Zebra gets their revenge for that previous kill, continuing the damage onto Backstab Bud. Another attack onto the other support, but no one wants to go up against that Brig as a Doomfist Amentis.
Yeah, just the shield bash is so good, and it means that now Hammer also gets collabed on as well, because that Doomfist is just free to go, and Zebra unlocked the objective. So we've got a little bit of a mid-map swap, but nonetheless, I am in. And here and ready to go. Looks like we've got a pretty healthy time bank situation for the attack of Zebra Waffle. So let's see, they've got a Doomfist. Their comp is very, very inspirational, actually. This is one I'm being thrown right into the deep end, but nonetheless, we move back to that Bud here, though. By the way, they've got Bongo, they've got Tide Visor, so absolutely they've got tools to do it. However, Strider, though, if he can displace the Orisa off this high ground, then it could potentially be very saucy engage for Team Zebra. Great pick from Otters.
Yeah, and there it is. Gavin going ahead, opening up with a grab. It looks like a lot of people have already been cleaned up, though. And Jace, hey, welcome over to the stream. I missed the changeover there, obviously, but so excited to have you joining us now. Man, Backstab Bud is stuck in their spawn. They're going to have to group up if they want to try and contest this last point.
Yeah, they are, and unfortunately, just having this Sigma that comes out as well from Gavin means that they just get so pincered. Hammer gonna have to force fortify so early. That's a rally that comes through, but Zebra though, they're committing, they're going straight in with the Transcendence.
Bastion main trying to do the Lord's work in the back. Oh, does manage to get even more kills coming through. Backstab Bud only has one person left alive trying to keep the dream up, but that's it. 3rd point cap, and Team Zebra with 3:20 left in the time bank.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the quicker time banks I've seen on Junkertown. Just really nice snowball from Team Zebra. But Team Backstab Bud, I think they can do it. I believe it is not quite done on Junkertown just yet. Trying to get a little bit warm up here. Been sort of thrown in the deep end, as you said. In case anyone is question marking in the Twitch chat, my name is Jace. I'm as I said, obvious color caster by the fact that I'm color casting. And I do OD for Monkey Bubble Reflash. So I'm taking over. We wish Amnatas the best. Hopefully that situation resolves itself soon. I think he's okay. I think it was just an issue, but nonetheless, we're back and we're moving. And now we've got a roller coaster because Backstab Bud, they're gonna need to put themselves a very solid attack here, I believe. Luckily, Team Zebra's comp, it's not going to be the most inspirational. I think Waffles, Doom particularly will struggle on first point Junkertown at least. So, as I said, not quite ready to die just yet.
Absolutely. And well, we've seen Zebra. I mean, Zebra is very much a Doomfist main. He favors that a lot, and I think that he has been playing patient enough to not be punished too frequently for the deep dives in the back as that Doomfist. Backstab Bud, though, they were definitely punishing some of those, and the aggression between both Backstab Bud and Zebra themselves have been so much fun to watch. Initial scoping out coming through here from, of course, Strider. Every Hammond knows how to scope like that. It's definitely a huge advantage knowing where your enemy's approaching from and exactly how fast. Discord's all around though, and well, trying to just find a little bit more of that damage. Ooh, this is a far setup in the back for Bastion main. Gonna be really far, it's gonna be up to Backstab Bud to find some of that damage long range. There's already been a slam coming through, but Jace, Backstab Bud needs to do something to break through.
They really do. They're going to have such a hard time because the backline, Jumba Otters, when they've got Gavin's protection, Gavin's safety, the amount of cooldowns that he has, it means that what can they do fundamentally? They can buy time, and they've got all the time in the world because Zebra and Bastion main are just on the flank. They are OTF and they are in the backlines. Team Backstab Bud really, really struggling so far to break them down, to dislodge them. Look, Bastion main basically providing covering fire. And finally, the Hanzo, Team Backstab Bud, the captain, when he gets smothered instantly by the Hammond, it's so hard for Backstab Bud to break through now.
Yeah, and oh man, Backstab Bud, they just going down once again. Zebra so proactive in those Doomfist approaches. Not even discouraged by the Discord orb, still continuing. Backstab Bud trying to move forward and put on this on the pressure, but still being driven back. Man, a lot of back and forth here. There is a kill. That's it. Backstab Bud has opened up the kill feed this round. They need to push this cart over to the first checkpoint if they're gonna stay in this showdown. It is double elimination, and we are in round 3 of the losers bracket right now.
Yeah, so thank you for setting the stakes, Waffle, appreciate that. But now here we go. If I'm correct, it's a do or die situation, and Team Backstab Bud, they've got to play for their hopes of the tournament on the line. Hammer did a great job at unlocking the payload. Unfortunately there, he's gone a bit too deep. And that means that any potential snowball that can come in isn't going to be likely. That's a Transcendent forced as well from Pastel. And their bleeding ultimates, Zebra's got his sights set on the Brig Eater of Narwhal.
Man, poor Narwhal just getting... I mean, Narwhal has been targeted by Zebra so many times, and at some point you have got to have a strong mental fortitude to be able to handle that onslaught. All support players know this from a certain level of personal experience. And well, Zebra is still continuing to hold forward. Oh, too far forward. Gavin got punched into the wall. Unfortunately, Backstab Bud does pay for it with his life, and well, Zebra holding strong here at a very difficult second checkpoint to push through.
Yeah, they're just slowly bleeding them out, but as they lose 3 in quick succession, Team Backstab Bud, the attackers on this Junkertown point, they're rolling it through slowly, and their time bank is respectable. Otter's here just going to pop the Transcendence to try and store the payload. he's going to kite back. If they found Hammer, that's going to be a great way at derailing the attack that can come through. But no, it looks like the hamster lives for another day. And it's going to be a great high ground position for Team Zebra. They've got so much coverage, and let's see what they decide to go with for this next fight. Early though.
Oh, this setup here is nice. You can see just on the very edge, he's managing to cover the hallways on top of it. Nothing found from the Flux for Gavin, but he is hunting here for Backstab Bud on that Doomfist. Manages to avoid him just a little bit. Metro throwing out the visor across the way. He's going to be pressured just a little bit, but not enough to get taken down. Zebra here knows that Backstab Bud is approaching the second checkpoint on Junkertown. They're going to want to make a very strong stand, and with Narwhal going down, Metro here looking a little bit lonely, it is probably going to be a reset coming through.
It's going to have to be, because this time bank is ticking little by little, and Team Zebra, it feels like they're sort of a raid boss at the moment. They've got so many resources, so many pieces to deal with, but they're going to just give up the payload. Team Backstab were winning that fight. They managed to walk it in. But I think Team Zebra definitely had the pieces there. They had the ultimates, especially if they were coming up online on to contest it. But nonetheless, the payload rolls through, and it's going to be a great opportunity now for this attacking team to really whip it round and set a respectable time bank for attack themselves, because it was a lightning fast cap for Team Zebra on the attack. Now that on the defense here, they're just going to have to play for time, I think. Team Backstab are going to get the ultimates. They're going to have Rally soon. They're going to have Diva Bomb as well, but they take out the team captain. That's no Doomfist, so great entry pick for Team Zebra in this fight.
Metro on this high ground has been, I mean, he's getting some of the work done that he needs to, but Zebra is not letting him do it easily. They know that he's a threat, and he's been putting a lot of pressure on him on those off angles, forcing him away and devoting a solid amount of resources to making sure that they keep the high ground and have that best position moving into these fights.
Great counter punch. It's a great counter punch from Zebra onto Backstab, and down he goes. It's a 1-for-1 trade though, but it looks like Team Zebra got this high ground control. It's so deadly. They need the high grounds for Metro, for Backstab, for Pastel, and Hammer needs to stage from there as well. But Gavin, Junber, and Otter just doing a great job at that backline and just kiting them away and sort of poking them down, because what this Team Zebra composition wants to do is, once it pokes down, it means that Zebra and Bastion main can go for the assassinations. Great chance from Otter, though, just going to cover them as they lose that lamp really early in the fight.
Ooh, Pascal goes ahead and throws out his own Transcendence in response just a little bit later, and I think that was the key. Backstab Bud now has all of their offensive capabilities out and unloaded. Bastion main forced to give some space and take cover even when he's in his tank formation. Still exchanges back and forth, and ooh, those minefields are a little close. Definitely going to give those supports some charge.
Bastion main? Oh, not quite sure what Bastion main was doing there. He's on the flank. This is not something that my brain has quite calibrated to just yet. Seeing a Bastion in this lobby, it's been played on Junkertown for centuries, but not quite in a Sigma Hodge composition like we've seen it before. But hey, if there's anyone to do it absolutely is Bastion main. But
right.
Nice little hold. They drained the time bank. 1 minute 30 left. I believe they were 3 minutes now. Were Backstab Bud as they rolled it into the attack. But this Sig, this Hodge. Jeez, my brain's like half calibrating. Sorry, chat, it's half calibrating, but nonetheless, who's 100% fully confirmed is this attack now. Finally, they've taken down the raid boss, the Bastion, so that's going to be so much damage pressure if they want to try and push this payload in. Oh, but Zebra's so good.
I always love watching someone get clipped by an accretion. You know, you just take a straight up boulder to the face or just lone to the foot and you're knocked down. Wow, Zebra's still rolling this, or still holding strong just before the third checkpoint though, and there's only 50 seconds left on the clock, Jace.
There is. It is penultimate, if not final fight territory. Team Backstab Bud, I believe, need to win this fight to stay in the streamer showdown, and they're going to have to go against a mountain of ultimates to do it. They're going to have to go against a rotating Bastion on the fidget spinner, going out there like clockwork. Look at Bastion main from the side, just railing down. Does get displaced, I think, by Hammer. No. Trident falls, no ball. That's a huge pick.
Yeah, and from Pascal nonetheless. Oh man, that was a nasty punch. That startled me even. Didn't matter though. Hammer lived to tell the tale. The minefields were absolutely devastating. And there's no one for Metro to shoot. They've all cowered away or been sent back to spawn. Backstab Bud rolling this point forward here as Otters goes ahead with a last minute trance. This is it. OT bar has been triggered. Zebra has been regrouped and Gavin's flux needs to be massive. There's still Bastion Main throwing that tank form on top of it, but only no one touched. Oh my gosh.
Bit of a Charles 9. It's a bit of a Charles 9. Potentially that second point. I'm not quite sure, but that one, absolutely. I think if anyone from Team Zebra can just walk onto the objective, then they probably end up holding it. They had the respawns, they had the ultimates, they'd been zoned off. If they could have staved off that fight, right, Waffles? If they could have staved off that fight, the Transcendence was gone, the Diva Bomb was gone, Team Backstab Bud, they were out of resources and just, you know what? They stuck it. I respect Team Backstab Bud for. I've flumbled that like 6 times if you've not noticed, by the way. It's kind of a tongue twister for my small European brain, but
you should be grateful because originally we had Backstab Bud and Hammer was also playing under the tag of Backstab Bud, so we had 2 Backstab Buds on Team Backstab Bud. So
I see.
They've been a little bit nicer, just a little.
Thank you. Yes, about to say the Team Backstab Bud clearly a fan of the casting and clearly wanting us to make as many mistakes on Broad as possible. Love that for them. But nonetheless, with a minute left, you can't mess around on Junkertown. Yes, we all know how well Junkertown snowballs well from our 9-9, 12-12 godforsaken infinity games on this map, and it's happened for years and years now. But for now, no, you cannot mess around. You need picks and you need pace, and when you need picks and pace, well, Hammer gone off the hamster, gone onto the Kiwi.
Oh, Hammer though, accretioned right out of the gate, just stunned. No big deal there coming through from Gavin. Oh, I thought he was going to punch him while he was in the air. I was really excited to see him hit him like a baseball into the home run zone right there. Nonetheless, Zebra going to be, well, waiting patiently behind this box. Pretty much like a shark, just taking down Metro. Metro had no chance. He literally was like a shark and just grabbed him from underneath.
Yeah, that shard, but it had 15 fangs and just a huge atomic gauntlet to put him straight square in the face. Oh, it's a little bit too inspirational for Zebra. Meets the whip shot of Torbjorn's daughter, and down they go thanks to the Brigitte. Always one of my favourite heroes, Brigitte. I'm a huge enjoyer of this hero, but only when it's played against Doomfist, ladies and gentlemen. That's one thing to know now. Nonetheless, though, is that in the corner? That Strider in the corner going to get forced incredibly low, but looks like Team Zebra are going to get the recontest as overtime is triggered.
Backstab Bud is removed from this fight already as well, and after only 1 minute on the clock for them, they did not have much time to push this cart. There's still exchanges back and forth, but Hammer's gone down. Trance is out for Team Zebra. It is looking all in favor for Team Zebra at this time. Tank form has come through. Man, he has just blown away the remaining members of Backstab Bud, and well, that's a first point hold there for Team Zebra once again.
Yeah, to quote the Monkey Bubble Reflash Twitter, what if you wanted to flank but Bastion Main said brr, and other Omnic noises. I'm not fluent in Omnic, unfortunately. If anyone is, please let us know what in fact this robot is communicating, what this Omnic is saying. Hopefully it's not the cries of his ancestors, because that would be really dark, and that's not the place on a community showdown nonetheless. But back to the game. 4 minutes 20 left. They've got to basically swing it around the first point. I think it's winnable. It should be. Team Zebra can just take their time here, look for picks, potentially let Bastion Main just go on the Narm level flank, just completely swing any angle he wants, because they've got so much value. Have Bastion Main and Zebra this entire team map. From what I've been seeing, just being able to take these off angles and really pinch the team backstab, but they're being forced into decisiveness, and when they're forcing to make a decision, they're making a mistake. And Team Zebra's comp is all about punishing them, and that's what they've done so far, and it's given them a very healthy, very rewarding time bank because of it, I think.
That is a very healthy time bank indeed, and with 4:20 on the clock, there's no way that they're going to be feeling the pressure to get overly aggressive and try to take this space. In contrast, though, obviously Backstab Bud does feel that. You can see how close to the spawn door that they are holding, and you know, we know this is exactly the same as it is in Havana, the strategy, right? You hold as close as you can to stall out as long as you can, and then regroup before the last fight. Still, though, it is a tough and risky one, and well, Bastion Main here tried to just make it out, and a round almost went down, but Team Zebra has broken through outside of their own spawn, and it's really tough for Backstab Bug to mitigate all the different points of damage coming out.
Yeah, they're just kind of all on the off angles. We know Double Shield is a composition that off angles, but this is like 3 off angles at once. They've got people all over. They're circling them like a pack of sharks. I was going to say flock of sharks, but that's not correct. Nonetheless, what is correct is Bastion Main's aim as he takes down the Echo. Backstab Bud now one of the better counters to Bastion because of that execute. Hammer though off the screen, very inspirational, takes down Gavin. That's going to deny the snowball. As Team Zebra here go over to the plat special, the Hod and Winston to try and snowball this. They've got Nano though. They're going to have position for Bastion Main for this recontest. It means that Backstab Bud have to walk into them, and as long as Strider manages to simply live, I think they're going to have a nice time.
Walking into Bastion Main is not a fun sentence I would want to be at the end of. Solo shattered though, and well, sit down, Strider. You're not going to make it out of that corner alive. Zebra is still trying to do their best to hold this point and push the payload. There's exchanges all around as the whole hog was devastating to a lot of members of BSB. Still moving the cart forward. Zebra knows the name of the game. There's only 2 people left, and well, with the tank form or with the turret form set up, he's going to shred through everybody. Now it's tank form, and that is Team Zebra going ahead and taking the win.
There we go. Team Zebra take the dub 2-0. And Team Backstab Bud are now on match point, I believe.
Yes.
So
yeah.
There we go, 2-0 Team Zebra. So Team Backstab Bud now going to have to reverse sweep if they want to stay in the Monkey Bubble Reflash X Tracy Streamer Showdown. And overall, not too bad. I think they played their composition remarkably well. They do a little bit of trolling, but Junkertown is just a map of tomfoolery. Always has been, always will be. So great execution from them, and Team BSB, hopefully they can play a map that doesn't allow Bastion Main to just sort of walk 15 meters into their back line.
Yeah, well, I think that, you know, of course, Backstab Bud did pick Junkertown as their map, but I think that they were expecting to have a little bit more freedom with Metro on that soldier, taking more off angles and being able to output that damage. I also believe that Zebra was prepared for them to try and bring that to the table, and thus was even more aggressive at shutting down those off angles, because to me it didn't look like Metro was getting to stay in the places he was wanting to be. He was constantly being pushed off that high ground, bullied away. But you know, we'll have to see, of course, if that's going to continue, or if maybe Backstab Bud is going to get some of that backstab damage into Zebra here and get us a reverse sweep. So before we take a quick break here for the showdown and move into our last map, of course, thanks to Vite Ramen for sponsoring this and continuing to be a part of the Overwatch community as a whole. They do help with multiple other events, and you know, giving away a bit of a free Vite Ramen starter package as well. So make sure you sign up for that. You get some chopsticks, a nice soup spoon, and of course, a couple stickers and a variety of flavors. So folks, we will be back with our last map here of, well, maybe our last map, Jace. We'll have to see what Backstab Bud brings. But Hybrid nonetheless will be our next one, and we'll see you there soon.
Overwatch has given me so many new friends and quite literally the coolest job of all time.
The Overwatch community has positively impacted me by presenting me with lifelong friends. I've also been presented with opportunities that I never thought I would be able to get.
The Overwatch community had a positive impact in my life because when I was at the lowest of my low, it gave me a place where I felt welcome and a part of something special.
The Overwatch community has had a positive impact on me by teaching me many life lessons and giving me countless opportunities with lifelong relationships.
Without the Overwatch community, I would really have no one to talk to online or no one to even play the game I love, which is Overwatch.
Hey everyone, Lindsay Claudio here from MV Dallas Fuel. I just want to say I love you guys because you guys have reciprocated so much positivity and love back to me. So
the Overwatch community has kind of been like an escape. It's been a community that I can go to, and I've made really great friends in it.
Hey everybody, Hops here. I just want to say a big thank you to the Overwatch community. You guys have given me so much throughout my time, from my current job to founding ELO Hell to meeting some of the best friends I've ever had in my life. It has been an amazing ride and I can't wait for more.
The Overwatch community kind of turned my life around by supporting me in my casting and turning my life from something that was kind of tragic into something I really wanted to do by having all this support at my job, which I love doing. So thank you, Overwatch community.
Hi, I'm Doggo or Emma. I just want to thank the Overwatch community for helping me find out who I am.
The way that the Overwatch community has positively impacted me as well, it's really changed around my entire life. It's introduced me to esports, it's helped me find this passion that I never knew I had, and it's ended up leading to me working in the profession of one of the best teams in the league.
For me, the Overwatch community has given me a sense of belonging and purpose, and really presented me with multiple opportunities to challenge myself in different ways. It's provided me with a living that I love, a wonderful community, and the people that I cherish the most.
Overwatch has allowed me to travel around the world, places I never previously would have been to, and I've met people that I never would have had connections with, and it's such an amazing thing to be a part of long term.
Hey folks, and welcome back to the Chase Streamer Showdown. I am Waffles for Sid, and for those of you who maybe didn't catch the change up last game, I am now joined by Jace. Welcome, and thanks for hopping in, dude. How are you doing?
Yeah, for sure, not too bad. Was a little bit disoriented. There you go. I was a little bit disoriented going into a mid-map, not managing to catch the rest, being deep in the analysis of coaching, unfortunately. But my brain is always filled with Overwatch, and I'm always excited to see recognized players in this game. You know, Metro, Backstab Bud, obviously, Bastion main is a well-known one. Gavin,
yeah.
I've seen a few times as well. Otters, I believe, is a friend of people in the Bad Patch Tomorrow League as well. So he's a small community over there. He's been known. It's been fun so far. I believe it could potentially be the final map as Team Zebra currently find themselves 2-0 up as they head to Numbani. So
Right.
for Team Backstab Bud, do you think they can do it, Waffles? What did we see in those, and particularly in that first map, that maybe gave us a glimpse, a small amount of copium that the reverse sweep is absolutely alive and well?
Well, Backstab Bud has definitely been playing a lot into some of the rush competition, and we can see that they've been trying to give Metro a little bit more of the space he needs, but they can't quite get it. And they were really successful actually in the first map on the second round. We went all the way to the third map for our control point or for our control round, and that was the time that they were actually able to hold the point for a little bit. It seemed like once it was ripped away, it was very difficult for them to approach all the damage coming through from people like Bastion Main and the back line harassment. So they were switching off to compositions to try and mitigate that with a little bit of May coming through. But all in all, I'm not sure if they're going to stay on these exact same characters, if they're going to be able to do the reverse sweep or handle some of that continuous harassment from Zebra.
Yeah, Team Zebra's essentially one tricks and preferred heroes feel like that they do really well into a rush composition. Rush composition here, as we move over to Numbani, I don't think it's going to quite be the pick. It's not going to quite be the pick. So Rush, I think, is going to be very nullified, particularly on this first objective.
Yeah.
Everyone has many a thought about Reinhardt on first point Numbani. It is woeful. It is. You just feel like you're running in custard. You are running in treacle.
Yeah.
You are running in maple sauce, wherever you are around the world. You're just so stuck on this right side high ground that I think you'd have to hold. If you were to go to the left side high ground, then you'd just give them point for free. And if you'd have to
Right.
drop down, as I said, so these dive tanks for Team Backstab Bud, absolutely necessary. But I think now they're going to get a bit more back into the comfort zone. Metro on this high ground is going to do a good job of pairing with Pink, who's come in as a sub on the Honor to provide a little bit of a stable backline. Narwhal is just going to be swimming and vibing, chilling in the ocean. Narwhals are really awesome, guys. That's an old reference, holy. Nonetheless, Backstab Bud out on the preferred Doomfist as well. Team Zebra on the usual comp. If it ain't broke, don't fix it for the attack. So they're going to need a little bit more time than Junkertown to set up Bastion Main on these flanks. But nonetheless, we'll carry on and see how we do. Really interested actually to see how Bastion Main plays on this map.
Well, I know Bastion Main also has been depending on Zebra to basically draw away some of the attention so they can get set up right away and then really become lethal. Look at this bulldoze coming through though. Strider trying to knock people off the high ground. Resources have to be thrown to make sure everyone stays up and, well, a little bit of back off. Bastion Main up main. Oh man, you guys, that's a lot of damage you're gonna have to be wary of.
Yeah, absolutely, and just great boops coming out from Narwhal. When you don't play the Brigitte, you sort of leave yourself vulnerable, I think, to the Bastion, but Narwhal's been on point with these right clicks from the Lucio to just really deny that Wrecking Ball. No Wrecking Ball means no burst, means no engage, means that Metro can just free fire onto Bastion Main, take him down like this, but unfortunately, Zebra and Strider have found two on the flip side.
Man, that is terrible there for Backstab, but losing even more people like that. More Team Zebra coming through in the kill feed here. They're going to go ahead and take this first checkpoint.
Yeah, they are, and they get themselves a healthy chunk of their ultimate as well, which means the snowball for this attacking team on Numbani here is going to be so good. Rally is going to provide them a great source of sustain in the mid-fight. They're going to have to go quickly though, because the Visor and the Nano Boost are coming up soon. So Hammer, if he gets turbocharged, if that Monkey gets even more electric, it could be very dangerous for the backline, in particular Otis, who does not yet have his Transcendence. So let's see, can they find the Nano onto the Winston? Looks like he should get there. There we go.
There it is.
Nano is there.
Yeah, of course. And more electric here for
Wait, he's
Hammer.
stuck! He's stuck! Oh, Hammer's no! Hammer, free Hammer! Oh no!
What a nightmare for the poor guy. Literally stuck between the payload and another car. Couldn't move. Whole Nano gone. Oh my gosh. My heart.
Oh, imagine losing to Charles, am I the lol? It's so unfortunate. That's the primary engage. Like, you nano your Winston there. He doesn't even get the impact damage because he gets wedged in. He's basically just suspending in midair like a trapeze artist almost. But this trapeze artist, he's not going anywhere. And speaking of going somewhere, Strider though gets forced back. Great peel from Backstab, but really denying that Doomfist, forcing Strider away to the high ground as the beat comes in. Team BSB though, they're going to try and win this.
Transcendence comes out through 4 otters as well, trying to keep everyone alive regardless of the anti-nade that was thrown a little bit beforehand. Some booping coming through, but oh man, that poor Winston getting stuck. If we were going to see shenanigans here at the Streamer Showdown, Jace, I was expecting to see, you know, some more Doomfist play, not a Winston getting stuck, man.
I really did not think that is such a rare occurrence that they fall perfectly in line and get completely squished. What are the odds? This is... I don't even think Doctor Strange could have predicted that, genuinely. It's just the realities are absolutely 0-0. But let's focus back on things that can... Ooh.
They just held really well, though, right at the end.
Yeah.
That was close.
I thought they were going to walk it in, but looks like they're sort of staying in there, chilling there now that they're going to have to rotate into this dive composition. It's just going to have to be Gavin in the flux because everything else is bone dry. Bar, again, a mid-fight rally, but it comes in. Could be a big flux. Metro falls.
Dang. Yeah, that is definitely a big flux coming through. I love when Hammer gets pushed off with the accretion at the end, and there's the easy walk-on through you mentioned.
There we go. They're just going to walk it on in. I'm pretty sure their time bank is still healthy. We could live in a parallel universe. What if, you know, the society, if Hammer touched the floor with Nano Boost? That'll be a meme that's going up surely. I am sure of it. Metro falls though. The snowball potential is getting ever so bigger for Team Zebra as they come in. Striders found the battle line. Ooh, could be a big pick if they find the Hanzo.
Oh, still going off with that duel on the Hanzo on top of it. Zebra is a little bit low, but punished, absolutely punished, trying to be greedy with that meteor strike. Metro says no way. The Rockets are going to take him out, but it's not going to be enough. Team Zebra still holding strong. They are popping ultimate after ultimate, rotating both the tank and the rally. Backstab Bud needs to, I mean, I don't even think they're going to be able to recontest here. Just at the last moment, it's Pink with the immortality field, but all in all, Team Zebra rolling it in with another 3-minute plus time bank.
Yeah, I have no idea how they got away with it twice. They did it on Junkertown and they did it here on Numbani. Obviously, Numbani, we all know, notoriously good for snowballing. When the enemy Winston with Nano Boost gets caught in between 2 cars, it makes the snowball a bit easier, but nonetheless, that was a third fight on this third point that happened, and there was no 4th fight. We've seen time and time again teams be able to snowball, be able to walk back out and just tag the payload at under about 5 meters normally and use their flurry of ultimates that they didn't manage to use in that third fight and really stop the payload from being capped. And then from there, if you've got the payload 5 meters away, you've got to change up your whole playstyle, your whole attack, your whole composition, your whole strategy for Team Zebra. So it's going to be potentially worrisome for Team Backstab, but now if they want to go through, Team Zebra going to be coming out on the defense with a double bubble composition. So I like it. Gavin here on the high ground going to be chilling with Jumba. Bastion main takes a quick view of the Safari. I believe that's Strider joining him as well. So they're gonna play very close to the respawn game. But honestly, Numbani is a beautiful map, and to explore more of it, I don't blame them.
See, those are the shenanigans I was expecting, right? We actually also opened up the tournament with a, I believe it was Metro, doing a 1v1 soldier duel, and he ended up coming out on top to open up our best of 1 first round. So those more shenanigans coming through. Of course, this is the Streamer Showdown, so a lot of people are familiar with these shenanigans in general. Metro moving around to the high ground, though. They're going to want to take that space and try and push Zebra off. We, well, have to see if he can actually make it through that tunnel, because once you pop out, that is nasty to jump into. They've all been antied on top of it. That's a 3-man anti. Immo has to be forced immediately, and there's no way that they're able to mitigate all of that.
Yep, small Bastion diff there in the kill feed as Bastion main takes the off angle, but now that they've got to walk through this high ground, Zebra's just going to probably look to splat someone against the back wall here on Numbani. Look at charging on the off-handle, going to be charging up a rocket punch or even going in with the Silent Slam. There we go. Couldn't they find Speed Sport? There we go. Great rocket punch takes him down. Speed Sport though eats the Graviton Surge, so that's going to deny a snowball. But look at this. The full charge Zarya. Gavin just on a very, very balanced hero. On above 90 energy, just mowing them down. In comes the Winston. Down they all go. Gavin going to get himself 50% of a Graviton Surge already. So it's a cosmetic ultimate the first time. Let's hope that eventually he can stick one. But for Team Backstab Bud now, Bongo, Window, these are ultimates that are going to be really good at displacing and poking down Strider. Junker's going to have the nano to keep him nice and healthy, but if they can surprise this Winston with just a massive, huge amount of burst damage, once they fall the Winston from Team Zebra, it looks like it's going to be winnable.
And Metro did go ahead and switch over to that Tracer instead, so trying to bring some more angles of damage. It's still a couple of exchanges, but in the end, Zebra coming out on top with more in the kill feed. Nice little finish on a Metro there.
Yeah, delicious engage, and how fitting when the tournament is sponsored by Vite Ramen. You know what we'll see. It's a little bit of a plug. I'm sure that's okay. I'm sure they won't mind me calling their product delicious. Long-time Vite Ramen fan. Nonetheless, I'm also a big Bongo fan, but even more fan of the Graviton Surge that comes in from Gavin. That was so big.
Oh my gosh, everyone was caught there too. Sound barrier thrown now by Otters. A little bit late in the fight, so we'll see if they can keep themselves in it. Doesn't matter because everyone who was reinforced by it got a lot of value. 2 kills going through, and well, it is still Backstab Bud on this point. They've already gotten 1 tick, which I am surprised Zebra let them take. There's still more exchanges back and forth. Now Metro was the only one left, but for a moment there, it looked like Zebra was a little too relaxed.
Yeah, almost too. I really didn't think they were going to lose that. Gavin put about 5 people in the Graviton Surge was on his own, but nonetheless could have 2-tapped them if they just lived long enough and got the LOS onto Junebug. But they finally managed to scrape it back off the respawns. But for Team Backstab Bud here, though, look at just the ultimate. So free, so valuable, so important, so clear-cut, clean win conditions for them. Great pick onto Zebra. Let's see if they can cap it.
This is it. Backstab Bud has been set up as this Bastion, kind of maybe antagonizing Bastion main a little bit himself. Now everybody's in the tank form, launching shells one after another. Unfortunately, Strider is the one to take down Backstab Bud, but there's still a couple of exchanges. Strider uses his Primal Rage, trying to keep people thrown off the edge, manages to take down 1, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. There's a couple more kills for Backstab, and if they are going to take this fight, this has to be it. There it is. They're continuing to handle the members of Zebra, and with 2 clicks already in on the checkpoint, they are looking very, very comfortable here on this point.
Yeah, they are. They're going to be handling the respawns as well, which is going to bleed a bit more ultimate charge. And see the Reinhardt Strider just trying to live as long as possible. Just completely splattered by the right click from the Doomfist. And back to spawn. Can't really play Reinhardt against this comp. Was likely just for the reach and test. But no ball potential coming in here for Backstab Bud. And I think when you're going against the time bans, you've got to take every inch that you can get and try and turn it into a mile. But they go back over to the Bastion, and as I said, they need to snowball, and this potentially could be a great way to do so. Payload's gonna go. Metro dies on the off angle though, so Team Zebra, have they found their engage to stop the snowball? Oh.
Wow. Already exchanges back and forth to set the tempo of this fight. I was not ready for Pink to go down and so soon in this. Backstab Bud, they'll set up on the point. Got to shoot through that Ant Matrix a little bit, but he's posted up. They have got to dislodge him and take him out.
Metro falls Bastion main as well, so Bastion main on the Tracer dies to the off angle. It's a nano boost. Winston from Strider. This is so much cleave. Can Backstab Bud stay on this objective and win this fight?
Oh, Zebra still showing some strong aggression coming through, even though Pink goes ahead and yeah, that trance was keeping everyone topped off. I was surprised on that aggression.
Yeah, it was aggressive, but I think they're going to win the flip because of it. Zebra here on the Doomfist on the flank, looking to potentially splat the Baptiste. Doomfist historically has been very well matched up into the Haitian support. Backstab Bud, though, more importantly, going to try and pressure the front line for his team. He's pulled out the ultimate, pulled out the tank form. Doesn't quite manage to find the Winston, though. The Flux comes in, it does manage to catch the monkey.
Ooh, yeah, he did go ahead and pop Primal Rage at the end and dies so quickly after he pops it. That is a bummer. He may want that one back later, but Zebra trying to do hero work here on the high ground. There it is, engaging the
Kill
Baptiste, taking him down, and well, that was so much value being brought from this Doomfist and from this Hammond.
Yeah, exactly. Just getting the fights to lengthen and to extend as much as Team Zebra have, which meant that it just means that Zebra has so many more cooldowns. Basically got 3 or 4 full rotations of his kit there, and yeah, there we go. You can see it hits 2 uppercuts in the space of 10 seconds to eliminate 2 people from Backstab Bud. It's a 4v6 and that's fight over. Strider though, in his natural habitat in the bushes in the wilderness, but he's on the flank here and he's looking for the Bastion, has to jump away though.
Junba. I mean, huge
Right,
props
Minefield.
to the grenades that you have been throwing. I don't think I've highlighted. I correct myself. I know I have not been highlighting them nearly enough because they have been just tearing through Backstab Bud, stalling out the point, forcing them to devote more resources and time. And now they've just opened up the door for them to continue to try and hold this point. Backstab Bud moving forward though does not want to give this up lightly. This is the last moment and the last map potentially for them if they lose this here. They've got a long way to push the payload, but second checkpoint is so close for them to get a little more time, and that is going to be a little more breathing room.
Yeah, it could just be an extension of the inevitable. They've got 1 minute 20 left here, which means realistically they're going to get 1 or 2 fights. You start looking at ult economy, what they got, what they can do. Luckily for Backstab Bud, they've got so many players. Pink popped off huge in that last fight as well and has been going. There we go. Gets the Zendiff, but Zebra, Doomfist against Babsen, man. It's expected.
Yeah, and he just comes through and crushes Metro with his Meteor Strike afterwards. Zebra took down half the team in that engagement just now. Another one at the end. Final blow.
Gets Backstab Bud as well, just to rub salt in the wounds. That's one fight where Backstab Bud really had to commit. They couldn't. Team Zebra on the flip side as well don't really use that many ultimates. Bastion main goes for the pulse bomb, doesn't manage to find anyone. But as the clock drains down, there we go, a minute gone already. That's Metro falling, and that means that, again, it's another 15 seconds more on the clock for Team Zebra.
Thankfully, Metro will run back faster than some of the other characters. A Diva Bomb getting thrown into the back. It does take down Junba. That isn't, well, okay. I thought that was going to be an opportunity, but with more kills coming through on to Backstab Bud, it's going to be a very uphill battle. I think they've evened up a bit now, but the D-Mech onto Speed Sport is going to be so much mitigation lost. Otters goes ahead and throws a chance to make sure everyone's staying feeling and really healed up. Whole Hog popped on the cart, pushing everyone away. I'm surprised anyone can even stay on the point enough to touch and keep this OT bar in play, trying to keep the game alive. But Zebra does not want to let this go, and that is going to be Team Zebra taking the win and taking the series.
Yeah, Team Backstab Bud gonna bow out here. Valiant attempt. Valiant as in honorable and not Los Angeles Valiant. From that last season, because they didn't win a game. Backstab Bud, though, put up a very valuable effort here. Yeah, unfortunately, sorry, Valiant fans, that was a bit of a sideswipe there, but someone that was sideswiping this whole map was Gavin, because Gavin, look at this play of the game, just tearing through people on that Sigma. Team Zebra found so many huge individual plays. You just see the numbers. If someone collects them, someone do the stats, draw them up. So big, and unfortunately, Backstab Bud bow out. Valuable attempt. Gotta give credit where credit is due. In the end, I just think Gavin, Strider, and Zebra were just too much of a menace on that map.
I am in complete agreement with you there. And the amount of displacement coming through from Zebra and just the disruption from Zebra really goes to show how comfortable he is on that Doomfist as the specialist. And you know, I'd be curious to hear what his comms are as the captain, too. We are going to go to a quick break, folks, but don't go anywhere because we'll be right back. folks, and hi, folks, and of course, welcome back to the Chase Streamer Showdown. And Jace, we have had one crazy day of tons of games coming through from a lot of really notable people. Of course, we had that initial set with Team Jikaru getting knocked into the losers bracket early on. But, they definitely were not happy with that and came back to win and are still continuing to win throughout their losers bracket.
Yeah, they're going to go up against the winners of our last match, Team Zebra, who
Right.
took a very clean and almost quick 3-0 against Team Backstab Bud. So goodbye to them. We also said goodbye to Team, I'm going to butcher the pronunciation, apologies, but Team Skesti, I think, after they fell into the losers bracket from a 3-0 loss to Team Boga. So we've got some very notable names, particularly from EU. Our semi-finals matchup in the upper bracket is going to be Team Silvok versus Team Boga. So that's going to be Boga versus Theomatic. A Clash of the Tanks. I'm really looking forward to that one. Team Silvok, again, took the win against Backstab Bud too. So we've got some great teams left so far. And overall, just looking at the bracket, we've got some great players left. And I'm really excited to see what's going to happen. I believe we'll be back at 12:30 Eastern tomorrow.
12. So
12
it's going to
p.m.
be,
Eastern, sorry, 30
12
seconds.
straight on the top of the
Yeah.
hour, 12
Yeah.
Eastern. And, I am really curious to see tomorrow what is going to happen when the person who has fought their way out of the losers bracket is finally going up and trying to show them why they did fight their way out of the losers bracket and why they deserve to be there. I mean, obviously, I think Jkaru, there's a lot of favorites on him in this tournament, and the upset already probably put a couple questions in, but they've been doing some dominating performances in this losers bracket, and I would like to see them continuing that streak to still be really competitive moving in and going into our championships.
Yeah, and I think Team Silvok and Team Boga, though, are going to be very, very stacked. So it's going to have to be a Herculean effort. We're going to have to see something that Zebra managed to pull out in this series. I think if that team have got a chance of going up against it, it's going to be a very tough slog. And it's almost there for either of these teams in the lower bracket, though. But for these guys, Team Zebra, Team Jkaru, it is win or go home. So I believe so far we're going to get maybe a favorite player of the day from you, Waffles, maybe a
Yes.
favorite play or something as well, and then we shall see.
Geez, I gotta say, Jace, that very last moment where the Winston got stuck while he was being nanoed, that's not a great play. I'm not saying that's the play of the day, but that was definitely the most surprising thing to me that happened in the game.
Yeah.
Not something that you can really plan for. And well, I wonder what was going through his mind when it was happening. Because I'm sure he's trying to move. We were in his first person point of view, looking around, trying to use the nano. And so I would love to know what was going through his mind during that time. But most notably, there was some really incredible, just all around Doomfist play we saw from Zebra.
Yes.
And
So good.
the specialization and hours and practice that he's put into that character are really apparent. And even from the small things of doing the roof grinds and using the payload to launch yourself up when you rocket punch versus forcing yourself to use your uppercut ability. Those are the small nuances that I saw come through that really impressed me as well.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
yeah.
Well,
Of course, we're about to wrap up, folks. So we're going to thank everyone who made this production possible. Big shout out to our sponsor, Vite Ramen, who, has been around the scene in Overwatch and for many different tournaments. If you're interested in getting any of their items, you can get them for a discount using the Showdown code here for the Chase Showdown streamer number 2. There's also a chance to win that special Vite Ramen bundle where it has all the assortment of flavors, the chopsticks, the spoon with the hook on the end, so you never have to fish it out of the bowl, and a couple of vinyl stickers as well. So you can check that out at the Reflash GG/Vite Ramen site. Of course, Jace, thank you so much for, just hopping in here unexpectedly
Oh my God.
completely cold in the middle of essentially a fight. So huge props to you, of course, before or for being able to do that. How about anything on your mind before we sign off?
I'm looking forward. I'll be tuning in. Boda, J. Karu, some of my favorite streamers from the EU. Always interested to see how they go. I believe Team Silvot versus Team Boda is going to be Boda versus Theomatic. If I'm
Oh.
correct on that, then that's going to be a banger of a main tank matchup. Always happy to come in. Got to cast it for map and a half, but nonetheless had a really fun time. Best of luck to everyone still left in the tournament. Production did a nice job of slotting me in. The transition was almost seamless. I think it would have been funnier if I just came in and no one mentioned it. I'm the task secretly just flew to EU, picked up a European accent, and completely changed camera mid map. I think that would have been kind of content. But nonetheless, that's going to be it from me, and I'll pass it over to Waffles one more time for the outro and final cut. GG guys, thank you, and hopefully see you all soon.
Oh, yeah. And I agree. It was a great transition there from production. And of course, they are the people who bring you this magic that you all see here. We could not do it without them because they're the ones that actually get the show on the stream and the broadcast for you. Huge thanks to Monkey Bubble, Reflash, Chase, and Reef, who are, big main points here in the tournament, organizing and coordinating. Of course, Skyscraper and Samter, you guys absolutely rocked it. Thank you for all of your help in the production. And folks, don't forget, tomorrow, 12 p.m. Eastern, is day 2, and make sure you tune in because we are going to have some bangers and have to see who actually takes away that $1,000 prize. Cheers.
Money.